here for an update with Zach Kennedy.
Well, good morning. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, we made it through cutoff. They are down to about a third of the bills that they started with. So I think, what was it, 523 bills total, and there have been quite a few that have died since. There are going to be a couple of, NTIB bills here that they'll have to bring back for the budget. Don't really know what those are going to look like. We'll see the revenue forecast on the 18th, and staff is telling us we'll have all three budgets by probably the 25th. That will really be the most interesting time of session because the two houses and the governor definitely don't agree. Within the parties, the Democrats can't seem to get on the same page, especially in the House. And there's some pretty gnarly infighting there. And then the Republicans in the House are now irritating the Republicans in the Senate because they're saying the Senate Republicans aren't doing enough. And so it's just a wonderful little finger pointing year this year, and it's probably going to get worse because there's really not a lot of money to be passed around. And the governor still has his $100 million that he wants for public safety, which really wants to put it directly towards police officers and police departments here. Problem is, the legislature doesn't really know where to get the money and doesn't really want to give him the money, doesn't want to cut anything else to get that money. So they've kind of created just quietly like this little $100 million fund that's just floating out as a little orphan all by itself. And they don't know if they're going to fund it. And then if they do fund it, they don't know what they're going to do with it. So they've just set themselves up for kind of a derailment here as we come into the end of session, because in fact, the governor does have veto power. And in fact, again, I don't think that either house can pull it together enough to override a veto. There's just so much infighting right now, and it's really weird. We're seeing deals fall apart even worse than we have in the past. It is very, very hard for the speaker to hold the majority party together right now. And, I think in previous years, I would have said that Lori Jenkins, the Speaker of the House, was probably about as far left liberal Democrat as we could ever see. And now it seems like she's in about the middle of the pack after this last election. So that really changed the dynamic in the House. She almost lost her seat as a Speaker last fall at the election. I mean, by probably about 4 or 5 votes. What that is translating into is she's trying to walk the fine line between the more conservative Democrats and the more liberal Democrats. And this is just, we're working on putting the numbers together on this. FutureWise has put a bunch of money into campaign contributions and advocacy and everything. I have never seen FutureWise as powerful as they are this year in terms of influencing legislators and legislation. Even down to the order on which they're running bills on the floor. FutureWise has got a finger in it right now, and it's absolutely crazy how far that's gone. There are a couple of bills this year. No, not this year, left this week that you should definitely pay attention to. I did highlight them. We've got and I don't know how much the early fire resources are hugely applicable for you guys, being that you're not in the timberland forest fire areas. But 1531, I imagine you guys are going to be really interested in chiming in on that one. And basically, that's the one that says that the state officials, using, in quotes, best science, will determine what you guys need to do in a state of emergency, for example, COVID, and you can't make any local laws or ordinances to the contrary of what the best science is determined to be at the state level. Wasalfo is supporting this. I really haven't got a good answer on exactly why, But from a local perspective, if nothing else, it basically overrides your authority to do what you guys want to do in your own county. Um, in terms of modifying taxes specifically for renewable energy projects, they are still working on figuring out kind of that balance between personal property and real property for a lot of these new installs, whether it be wind or solar. There's a little bit focusing on, kind of the nuclear stuff down south, but that's not a big deal for us. One of the things that they're trying to hammer out, and I don't know if they're going to get very far on it this year. There's still one bill alive, and they're just kind of poking around with it. But they're trying to figure out that, specifically, how does the county get reimbursed for, this large investment and the work, whether it be roads or utilities or maintenance or whatever you guys have to take care of. Another interesting thing that we're seeing on kind of the national level, maybe not national, but other states, some states are having conversations right now about banning like ground-based solar panels on farmland because they're going, well, we want the farmland, we don't want the solar panels there. Put them on houses, put them on, next to roads, put them where we're not farming, but you can't put them on farmlands. That's an interesting conversation. The other thing that's going to play a lot into what happens here the next probably 4, 5, 6 weeks with session is going to be, I'm sure you guys have seen our attorney general is not exactly happy with what's going on at the federal level. He's actually, in fact, sued Adams County at this point for what Adams County says is we're just enforcing federal law. It's nothing out of the ordinary. And so, in the eyes of the Fed, they're kind of misbehaving. So, I think what we're going to see is maybe a loss of funding from the federal side, whether it be matching dollars or whatever it is. Criminal justice funding that comes down from the feds to Washington could be in jeopardy. So, that's going to play a big role on what we're doing. I don't think that will have necessarily anything to do or any impact on, anything the Army Corps of Engineers. So, canals, bridges over canals, any of the stuff that you guys are working on like that. But state matching funding in that respect is probably not going to be a thing this year. I think I don't want to say inevitable, but I'd say it's probably a 60 to 65% chance that they're going to come back this year for a special session to adjust budgets, depending on what happens at the federal level. So they are still pushing the firearms legislation. Most notably, they're really trying to push the, expanding gun-free zones. And that one goes to anywhere that there may be, public or children present. They're talking fairgrounds right now, parks, stuff like that. But it is a non-exhaustive list. It specifically says that. So, technically, it could end up being a sidewalk, could be a gun-free zone in the future. I think they're probably going to kill this one on an unfunded mandate, not on the constitutionality principle of it. But we will see. They are pushing really hard on these. The other one that you're seeing that they're pushing extremely hard on is the affordable housing. And they're trying to get modifications, whether it be to ADUs or allowing people to park motorhomes and trailers in your front yard and how they hook them up and all that stuff, or just permitting and just in general looking at affordable housing. And a lot of the stuff's innocuous, but specifically the 5729 and that one's talking about streamlining the permitting process for affordable housing. That's a future-wise priority bill, and they're pushing hard on it. So that's definitely one to watch. Is there anything that you guys are watching, specifically for Grant County here that you want to look at, chime in on, questions about?
I've been watching the ag bills mainly, affordable housing. I think for us, I think Washington Realtors, they keep a pretty close eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have a pretty good handle on those ones. But other than that, kind of been waiting until they all get whittled down to where there's minimal amount of things to watch.
Yeah, that and I think that right now the feel on the hill is really weird. It just like there's a bunch of zombies walking around up there, just staring at the wall they're walking towards. Because everybody's just kind of trying to figure out what's going to happen. I mean, are we with the budgets? I mean, we could see another 60% of these bills just die. And I'm hearing statistics. I mean, it's people are just talking about it, but this is the smallest number of bills, the fewest number of bills that have actually made it past the first cutoff, barring, the first year of COVID. Except for that, this is the smallest number of bills that Washington has put through in, 100 years or whatever.
Well, I think
And so,
new governor, that makes a big difference.
and on that note, I'll tell you what, I'm consistently surprised. I'm not necessarily impressed with his performance. He hasn't done anything that I would say is absolutely outstandingly notable. I mean, he's certainly, not a Trump by any means and being ostentatious about stuff, but he has been much more conservative than we ever expected him to be. And I think he's got a pretty good eye on what's going on at the federal level and going, guys, we got to fall in line here or we're going to be in trouble.
Right.
So, and I mean, what the kicker is going to be is how hard is he going to hold to his public safety funding? How hard is he going to push on that $100 million? Because he's kind of had the fight with the legislature specifically over the, somewhere between a 2 and 4% raise for all state workers. That's a $5 billion bill. Right. And so he was looking at that and he said, look, guys, I mean, I know that everybody wants a raise, but if we just don't do that, there's $5 billion in your budget. So it sounds like they've kind of caught on to that. We'll see here on the 22nd to the 25th if what we're hearing is actually true. I know that the House Democrats would love to keep that pay raise for state workers in there. We're going to see if they do it because that might set the tone on how they're going to negotiate because that may be their negotiating tool, right? They may come and say, oh, fine. Well, we'll take that $5 billion out if you don't get this $100 million. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
But again, everything's going to come down to these two budgets.
Right.
I mean, and don't anything that does get funded, don't expect it to get funded for more than, realistically through September. I'm guessing they are going to have to come back, and the more and more farther and farther we go into session, the more we're hearing, oh yeah, we're going to have a special session. Okay, here we go.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's we spend a lot of money in Washington State.
Yeah.
So when we don't have the revenues, and they are continuing the conversation about the road usage charge. In terms of any of the agricultural applications on that right now, anything over 10,000 pounds is exempt. But that said, I mean, it also comes back to people in the rural areas drive a heck of a lot farther than somebody in town, when they're surprised that they put 5,000 miles on a car, a year, and so when you got to drive 20 to 40 miles just to go to the grocery store, it's a little bit different deal.
Well, yeah, we drive miles every day to work and back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how it is, right? So it's one of those things that I think as we really have those conversations in earnest, they'll work through that. I mean, I think the thing that really stopped that conversation this year was all the uncertainty around, well, okay, so you're going to talk about the RUC charge. How do we get rid of gas tax? People don't want to pay both. I think that's the biggest thing that they got to figure out.
Right.
So, but yeah, like you said, we're really just kind of sitting here in limbo. Hopefully, the information I've given is somewhat helpful in guiding the thought process here, but I don't have a lot more to share with you guys. Any questions before I let you go?
I don't have any more. Appreciate
Well,
the
of course. Any of you guys coming over to the steering committee this week? Or are you guys going to join online?
I'll probably be joining online.
Sounds good. Well, I'll be poking my head probably out of the back somewhere. So
Okay.
I'll see you on the video.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, guys. Have a good morning.
Too.
Bye.
Actually, I think that's the same night as that. Something else going on that night.
Okay, it is 8:30 a.m. and we will now go into consent agenda review.
Good morning.
Really?
Just legislative update.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, thank you.
Well, clearly I didn't catch that one.
No, against the spot.
Everything in this online.
Yeah. Yeah. All the items. There are 23 items this week.
It's easy. I can take care of it. Yeah, okay. No problem.
Is there anything that stood out to you, Caitlin, on the tourism bylaws?
No, we ran it through legal and everything, and
I was gonna ask that.
they were, yeah, they were fine with it. I left that one, the section about the Washington State business license, I had left that pretty ambiguous, because we hadn't, at the time, we had not gotten the response from legal, but they were, again, they gave the response and they're fine with how it's worded in there, so.
Morning. Does anybody know if the Gallup training item number 21, it's 15,000 for the Gallup initial investment and then 12,675 for additional years? Do we have to do this? Can we try it for 1 year or is the contract?
Yeah, I don't know how long the contract is.
Yeah, we have to do additional years. And on the training, Blair, I guess I can ask Blair on the training that we're implementing with the lexicon. We'll be making sure, I know, I mean, I've been a proponent for training, but I just want to make sure that once we have this training, who's going to make sure that we actually utilize it? Okay. Thank you, Victoria. Or that we have the opportunity to utilize it would be better.
So Caitlin, you have these people added to homeless task force.
So,
And we don't want any providers necessarily on task force when we make the votes on how the money goes in the future, which is why they're not on there to begin with.
right.
So I'm confused on those still.
So I guess, like I had said, I guess I came out of that homeless housing update last week or week, whatever week it was. I came out of that thinking that you guys were fine with it being a non-voting since we have been having trouble getting a quorum there to make any votes of any sort. And also, I did not realize that they were voting on the recording fees that.
Well, they're supposed to. They don't because it's just kind of been the way it's been. Because if you change the voting, then you're pulling money out of New Hope, essentially. So nothing has been changed because of that. But we didn't want grant recipients on task force. That was the reason why we did it the way that it was done last year.
What's your bylaws say? Because before they have to, on the state, I believe it's the WACR and RCW.
Yeah,
that
the
they
bylaws don't have them on there.
No, but the RCW just said that they
You have a
may be-
makeup.
may be
Okay.
invited. It does not, the only people that are required.
Being invited and at the meeting, yes. Like I want all three of these people. But once we actually vote on things in the future, if we ever do, then I don't want these people on there.
So I guess it's just coming
They
back to
would
my
have to recuse
initial
themselves.
concern though, that we have not had a quorum of voting members for the last few meetings.
So we need to update the members that aren't showing up. We don't just add
Remove them and get
service
somebody else.
providers.
Right, and so like I said though, I came out of that thinking that we had come to a different thing, that they would be like roundtable discussions where
Yeah,
these people were
yeah,
invited.
that's what it's gonna be,
So that's
but
what-
not with them as members.
And again, I was thinking that these would be like representative members. So like Susie Fody would be representing New Hope and
Yeah,
Carrie
whoever
would be representing
is in
Gray's
that
admin.
position will be there. But, yeah, so I would just say on these three, I would either hold or pull. Just so the commissioners know. They used to all be on the task force and it didn't work out well. And that's why they're not on there. They didn't get along and they're getting along now because it's been going how it's been going, but I don't know. I mean, you kind of saw it with the coordinated entry meeting, right? Like you tell who didn't like it and then who did like it. So everybody that didn't benefit from it liked it, and everybody that benefits from how it is now didn't want it to change. So that's where, once you want to change it, then you're gonna have the big issues, so.
So how many people are on there right now that don't show up?
The lived homeless experience doesn't show up, the health district was not showing up.
Did not start showing up until they were allowed to send an alternate, and
Yeah.
even then it was an alternate for the alternate that they ended up sending. City of Moses Lake, we have a hard time getting here, which I
Let
know
me get
that's just
Deanna
because
there,
schedule. Yes, it's
but
just,
she's only available certain days, but
yes,
that's
it's-
how everybody is.
yep,
We just need to swap out, the small city representative only joined to help. Now we have people that actually want to out of Soap Lake. And then one guy out of Royal City. So I think we could fill that spot now. The previous homeless experience is a hard position to fill, but they say they have somebody in Grand Coulee area.
we're just waiting on a response from legal about the compensation for that.
Actually, you normally meet Moses Lake, don't you? Or you
No, meet here.
Meet here.
But it was put in the technical assistance thing that's put together by the Department of Commerce. One of the guidelines that they had put was that if the county has the homeless housing task force, the person with lived experience, if they meet certain qualifications, they have to be compensated by the county, which is not something that we're currently doing. And so I'd sent it to legal for their advice, and they're slammed right now, so we have not gotten anything. But once that comes back, then if you guys are still on board, I'll do the press release like we had talked about and make a post. I just need to know for the press release if there's compensation.
You should just say you have to.
Well, because
Oh, for everybody else.
Yeah, normally we put it in the press release if there is or is not compensation for the seat.
I'm just looking for the membership because I thought it was dictated by.
It's in the bylaws, but the RCW is,
I thought you had to have, somebody that's had lived experience, homeless or.
yes, it's the lived experience, the county commissioner in the largest city, unless the largest city chooses to do their own homeless
That's
housing
it
task
on the
force.
RCW?
That's the ones that are required, and then
Okay.
everybody else is stuff that you may. And the RCW itself actually is very vague about who has to be on it. We actually got the full-blown requirements of who has to be there from that Department of Commerce
Okay,
technical
perfect.
assistance. 43-185C, and I think that there's another set of numbers there. Give me a second.
Like right here.
Forty-three, 185C, 160.
160, okay, I'm at 150, or 050.
Cora, is there anything that you would have seen in the compensation study other than the price that we should be looking at?
Not particularly. think it would be a thorough study. I do think that there is a little bit of room for negotiation with them regarding the FSLA piece. I don't know that we need them to go in depth in that. So once I have board approval, then I will speak with them directly to either allocate those funds to something that the board finds more important or ask for a reduction in that.
I mean, I find more important is being able to afford wage changes when the time comes. It's $250,000 for a study. It's just eating $250,000 worth of wage changes, so.
I don't disagree with that.
I think it's gonna be tough when the study's done and you can't afford the increases, if there are any.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
gonna look even worse than we already have.
yeah, and 2 years ago, approximately when this topic came up, that was the concern is, if you do a complete wage study and everybody knows that there's a wage study happening, and then if the county can't afford to take the recommendations of the wage study, it can cause more angst with employees. So,
There's a sense of a promise if a wage study is done. Not that we've promised,
right.
but people take that as, oh, this is now what I should be getting. And the
What
county's
if it
not.
goes the other way? Are they gonna
No,
be
it'll
okay
just
with
be
the
frozen,
less
right?
wages?
Yeah, if it goes the other way, then the recommendation would be to freeze
Freeze
those
it.
positions.
No matter what, the county loses in the study, because you either freeze because they're overpaid, or you have them upset that you don't increase. So,
How about if we just happy we have a job?
I mean, I feel like in the economy coming up, you'd be happy to have a job. So, maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Well, I feel that our county comparables, we are higher end of our county comparables, so I think we're gonna be fine, but I think there's probably some adjustments, whether it's an increase or a decrease. I think there's gonna be some cost, I think, additional, but don't see it being huge. Well, we're the ones that implement it, so if we see, we're short like 10%, we can do it over a few years, or we don't have to do it. We don't have to do it, period, but I think we can look at it. But it does go, up and down. There's some that are overpaid and some that are underpaid.
I do have concerns with the current budget and the county's revenue. And could that money be allocated towards wages rather than paying somebody to figure out wages? But that's just my opinion.
But I think if
I
we
agree.
have told the elected officials, and I think maybe some department heads, they've asked for this, so I think if we're gonna make a decision not to do it, I think the best thing would be to visit with all of our elected officials, department heads, and make a decision that we're not moving forward, because we have been telling them for 2 years that we're gonna move forward on this, so I'm not gonna be the one that votes no on this unless we get the consensus of the.
I can't, I'm the new guy.
Huh?
I can't, I'm the new guy.
I can, because everything's my fault anyways.
But I think that would be, wishful.
And I think, Cindy, you bring up a really good point about communication. Whether this study is done or not, communication is going to be really, really important. So I echo what you said, and I would support you, and I think Decor supports you as well in making sure that whatever happens is communicated all along the way. Because earlier you said that where there's no promise, if it's a 10% increase, we do it over 2 years. I think that needs to be
Or whatever,
communicated.
whatever the
Yeah.
increase is, but.
All of that needs to be communicated, and we
Well-
have to have a very transparent process so that people don't get a sense of promise.
Well, in our current economy, I don't think it would be a good idea to start giving out raises anyway.
with our current at Grant County, I don't think it's wise to give out a bunch of raises, because I don't think we overall know even where the budget's at.
Fair enough.
It's a combination of a lot of things making that study feel even more uncomfortable than it has in the past. Blair, anything you want to add on the Lexapol?
So with Lexapol, you guys have that. Did reach out to WCRG. I know Decorah forwarded it to you. They did offer us a one-time 25% credit on the cost of Lexapol plus the implementation. So $14,885.78 credit on our insurance will be given to us after we sign the contract and have working on it. So there'll be a little bit coming back to the county. We
Yeah,
won't
that's
really see it,
awesome.
but it'll be added to the insurance.
It was about 14,000.
Yeah, $14,885.78.
That was
And I
cool.
And I want to give kudos to Blair for having that experience and knowing and reaching out to the insurance
Yeah,
company to
saved us
get that.
$15,000. So
Yes,
He's
Thank
already
you, Blair.
proving to be invaluable.
so thank you, Blair.
Welcome. Legal's already reviewed the contract. They had one little issue. We've already sent it to Lexapol. They're already fixing it. We'll have it back shortly, so.
you're putting some big shoes on your feet. You're gonna have to get 15,000 to cover your next couple months soon.
No pressure. See what I can do. Not that big. For how tall I am, they're not that big.
Really? Yeah.
Time.
Okay, I think what the sheriff's office put forward for the Gallup, I just see the presentation that we sat through. What is our limit to approve something? Is it 20,000 for the PA's office
Yes.
contract? I should know this, we've changed it a time or two.
I think we're at 20.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so they don't need approval from the,
Joint permitting, cool, thank you. Thank you, Andy.
It'll really help Jim out big time with that.
Yeah.
Hopefully, because he's not here.
Yep.
Well, I think that'll help everybody that goes to his department as well.
Yep, exactly.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
We talked about it for the last 3-4 years, but it's nice to see it moving.
It's time.
What's the Varela contract?
We would like, Public Works would like to request to pull that because legal hasn't had the opportunity to look at it yet.
So hold that for a week or two.
Please do, yeah. Thank you. I also do have a walk-on too.
what is your walk on?
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
So it is City of Ephrata, County, using the interlocal to share staff, specifically engineering services.
Okay.
So,
Saw that come through. Okay.
and then also a resolution to, on April 1st, rescind the county engineer and to replace with an interim county engineer. So there's a resolution also with that MOU.
Okay, so basically to a resolution and an
And I'll have the one that's signed by the City of Ephrata. They just signed it this morning, so I have to go pick it up.
okay, did you give that to Caitlin so we don't lose it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I forwarded you guys yesterday.
Yeah, no, I've seen it, I just want to make sure we did put it on the table and it got.
So that provides for continuance.
Call for bids on Stratford Road and Road 20 to be in a SF crossing, that's just to the railroad tracks, isn't it? That's not, has nothing to do with the bridge,
Correct.
the dips.
The tips, we do have a plan for that, though. We're gonna try to do it as a maintenance project. I can let Andy or John speak to that.
So does anybody in the room have any comments on the budget or any more walk-ons? Or not on the budget, on the consent agenda?
Contract with Gallup.
It doesn't, they didn't supply the contract, they just supplied like their,
Presentation.
you know, so.
I can email them. I believe they have an update today. Ask them to bring the contract with them.
It'd be nice to know that.
Yeah, it's at 9:30. We have 2 minutes. Deborah, help me understand, and you might not be able to, but you're HR, so. When employees travel, if they're staying at a conference and the GSA rate is double, or the hotel rate, conference rate is double GSA, but they have to stay at that conference hotel, it's probably pretty nice usually. Why do they need a rental car?
To and from airport?
There's lesser expensive ways to get there.
Yes, there are.
I don't know. I just wonder sometimes
Yeah.
purpose.
Well, I think it might be, we started looking at the travel and we haven't really looked at the travel reimbursements that have come through for probably, it's been years. So it might be a good time for the VOCC to kind of analyze the travel and see what's going on, because it was very finding what was all of a sudden allowable that we didn't realize, so.
It's like $150 a day rental car.
Yeah, who rents a car for $150 a day?
I mean, not me. What are you renting? But I don't know. I just have been curious because when we went to DC, Tom and I, we walked a lot, and I think I had like $70 in Uber. So $150 a day for a rental car for 5 days just seems weird, but
Yeah, the only thing that would make sense to me is if there was, for the conference that they're at, if there was travel within that from one venue to the next.
normally if you're at the hotels, then you have the buses normally. But like when we were in DC, we had a few off-site meetings and we didn't have any transportation. But even then, there where it's expensive, you know, it was $30 one way, and you only went there and back. So I don't know. I feel like that's kind of gotten looser, maybe.
And I think part of planning for a conference, you could require departments to determine how they're gonna get places. Look at the conference schedule, if there are offsite meetings, pre-plan. This is the bus schedule, it's $2.50 versus an Uber is how much it would take. Conferences are usually a year out, so a lot of, you can really pre-plan most of your trip. That's what I would.
Yeah, it's like if anyone went to Washington DC, you should get a Metro bus pass because you can get around the whole city, the whole thing, so fast on a bus, not on a bus pass, well, on a bus pass and a train pass. Like faster than Uber, faster than walking. It's just so fast, so easy. I didn't know that though until I was there after the conference, and then I went, wow, Tom, we could have ridden a train right to where we needed to go in 6 minutes, but we walked and it took 2 hours.
Yeah, and if you, I'm not saying that you didn't, but if you prepped, you could potentially look at those options.
Yeah. All right, well, it's 9:02. We need to begin our public works update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go the other end.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Try to get the hot seat at the end.
That vehicle use for the Japanese exchange program, I put it at that last work session because public works is gonna be easier. I didn't know if you wanted to bring that up, Cindy, with public works about maybe borrowing one of their cars.
Sure.
But
Well, don't we have the
Thank you, Mr. Bracey.
Ford Explorer?
yes, I just was putting it, I was just letting you know, I put it
Okay.
there just in case you wanted to ask.
Okay, well, I think before they've offered, Sam offered his vehicle, but I don't think it's necessary to take Sam's vehicle. Is the board okay with Rainey using the Ford Escape?
Yeah, if it runs.
I thought.
Where are they
you were
going?
gonna use that.
I guess you can use van, but I don't, it's only for 3 or 4 people.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's fine.
I think that's what it is. Good morning.
Good morning. So we're going to start off with discussion item D1.
So this past week's maintenance accomplishments, again with solid waste, 2,431 net tons disposed of, fees collected, 118,000. Sprayed about 23,000 gallons of leachate on the active face. In the road districts, lots of grading in District 3. They're able to get out there and get some of those taken care of. In District 1, our problem area off of Stratford, we've got that grader going, road 16, 18, all that area. Rock raking as well. Gravel replacement going on. We got some culvert install and cleaning. Some major ditching on the Lower Crab Creek. A runoff damage repair pretty much county-wide.
So on the Lower Crab Creek, is it flooding? Or you're just doing preventative?
No, just doing some minor ditching. So usually that's with a grader, just cutting some existing ditches out, get some of the silt out. We're not, major ditching is when we haul the material away, and minor
Like you did
ditching
on
is,
Adams Road several years ago.
yeah, that was
The sand.
major. It was overkill major.
That was, it was a big project.
Yeah. guardrail maintenance and inspections. Still doing street sweeping for winter sand throughout the county. Some approach permits and locates done. And they did the final grading on Drumheller for the spring. So they've got that smoothed out on that south end from all the ruts that were in it from the winter. And then probably in a couple weeks, they'll get some bare ground. Is that what they'll spray on it to hold it through the summer? So, and then we'll go back to working on it in the fall again.
Yeah, I drove out there last week, ended up with a flat tire.
Long story short, you owe him a tire.
Huh?
No, I said, long story short, you owe him a tire.
So that's about it for accomplishments last week. Any questions on it?
One collision on 9 and P Northwest. Collision report, sign shop. Was that a sign that was down, or we had a vehicle that was down?
I don't know any information on that accident. Rod didn't say anything about that. 9 and P. So 9 has the stop signs. My guess is somebody ran it, but I don't know for sure.
Any other questions on the,
No, thank
okay.
you.
Next item is a road improvement district. And for that presentation, we've brought Zach Washburn.
Holding my breath, holding that thing plays and works.
So it's been 23 years since we last did road improvement district, last thing that we could see in the file. So it's been a long time. So we now have our first road improvement district moving forward in 23 years. In addition, on our website, we have all the details of that laid out. I think you're going to see some more uses of this moving forward. It's a great way to improve some of these private road systems before they're taken over by the public sector, to make sure that they're our standard, if you will. So the development will definitely take advantage of road improvement districts to move forward. Similar to what they did in Spokane County when they did over 600 of them.
Wow.
All right, let you take over.
Yeah, so this particular project is happening in May Valley on Road C Northeast. It intersects with Road 4. It's currently about a half-mile long private road with about 300 feet, give or take, of already public maintained road that is currently a VSD surface. The goal of this project would be to upgrade the rest of that private road system to a also VSD surface as well. And I'll put up some shocking photos for you that was provided by from the property owners that I've been dealing with. This is just one of the pictures of the current conditions out on that road. As you can see, it's not really much of a road. Originally, it was supposed to be a gravel surface road. Now it's just dirt.
And this is private, correct?
This is a private road, correct. There are also jagged rocks out there. They've told me multiple times that they've been getting stuck. Like there was a couple weekends where they just couldn't leave their house because of the conditions of the road. And yes, I'm using the word road very loosely here.
Trail, road.
Trail, path, however you want to look at it. So I got together with them last week to discuss our preliminary engineering costs for the project. I'll pull that up here. So the project estimate given to me by Mr. John Versier was $330,204.28. This will be the overall cost for the project, including grading, any prep work, manpower, as well as the upgrade to the VST surface. Each one of these numbers on the left here, or on the right, sorry, will be each one of those parcels allocated costs to reach that full cost at the end. This is based off of no county contribution. However, Dave, Brennan, and I have discussed a possible contribution from the county. This was discussed by both of us to be a 20% contribution for the entire project, totaling $66,040.86.
There's a process that, per the road improvement district, if the board does want to contribute, and it's all legally built into the road improvement district process that's been around in state law since the 60s. So it is possible to contribute, but you may choose to contribute zero. So typically the county engineer recommends if there's a contribution and how much that might be, but take that with a grain of salt. This is just really early.
So would it be like in kind, like the greater work, or?
No, it'd be the road fund would contribute, say, what I'm seeing other counties, they'll contribute only like a quarter because it's something that's, there is public benefit, true, but it's primarily driven by the private property owners to make it a public road and then hand it over to the public to maintain thereafter. So it depends on the situation. So for example, if this is going to establish a connection between two public roads, there would be more public benefit. So maybe the county engineer might recommend 25% contribution. Or if there's no public benefit, besides just for a couple lots, let's say, maybe it's zero. So it's something that we would have to work forward with later. But if maybe also the board might choose to encourage road improvement district processes so that we move some of these we have substantial private roads around the county, and we move some of them into a public status. But there's a lot of things to discuss going forward. But right now this is really preliminary, and there's like a 4-page checklist, if I remember, and we're just on the first couple checks. We haven't even brought this to the board yet. This is just the first time.
How many people are on that road? Is there 5?
Currently, these are just 5 parcels that are that have petitioned. I believe there's 10 total parcels on that road. Not all of them would necessarily be accessing off of that private road extension. Some of them have frontage on Road 4 that they would be using. However, I will add to his point about the amount of lots. Several property owners on this public road or private road system have discussed interest in doing a subdivision. So that would increase the amount of lots that would be accessing that road and would therefore increase the ADT on that road, which would warrant an upgrade to a VST or an HMA service.
So would you do a share cost or a latecomer's fee for somebody that wanted to do development later?
Yes, absolutely. So latecomers, 20 years if it's private developer, a latecomer stays in place. If a public agency does latecomers, it's 25 years. Because it's a road improvement district process, it's semi-public, so it might be in place for 25 years. It's a great point. Actually, we have some expertise in our area on latecomers. Catherine used to do the latecomers for the city of Bellingham. She knows the process really well. So we could set that up. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think that anybody that comes along after
Absolutely.
the fact should have to pay.
Yes, we would set it up.
Where can we see that?
Yes.
Where? Because it wasn't in our packet.
Oh, good point. This is just a discussion. We're trying to brief you before you're hit with it later suddenly. We're just trying to brief you of the process because now one's actually moving forward. So someone has petitioned and they have a majority. So what's the percentage of property?
It was 52%.
52%, but they actually have, that was just the first run. They actually have more people that have joined.
Correct. There were more people that joined after that.
So that the board per discussions last year, wanted to see something like about 70%. So even if a couple people dropped off it later, didn't want to do it, it's still proceeding. So we have majority, and we have verbal more than we have written petition majority, and then verbally we have others that want to join it. Well, look at the road. The road situation is pretty dire, so I can understand why they want to join in.
Yeah, we did that on Harrington and Denton Road many years ago. It was always gravel. We finally got everybody to about pay for oil and gravel. It's so much nicer.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely worth the investment.
And so we're right at the very beginning of first, the board requested 75%, but by law, just majority to move forward. So, in your next meeting with them, you can let them know that, hey, if you have other people that can sign on to the petition, the board would look more strongly toward that, because it's important. The board down there, see the fifth one down, 1, 2, 3. Actually, sixth one down, the Board of Commissioners adopts a resolution to form the RID. It hasn't been formed yet. It's in petition process.
Right.
So, and actually the SEPA process as well.
That one is done already.
All right.
That has received a letter of exemption from.
And you already held an information, so you actually are right down to the point where you're about ready to meet with the commissioners.
We're right here. A resolution has been drafted, and will be.
That's the next step. So that's why we'll brief the board before you're surprised. We're starting a road improvement district. So Zach's doing a wonderful job. Neighborhood meetings, communicating. I think the big item is the top checkbox. If you're able to get closer to 75, that was actually set by the board just in discussion. They wanted to see a higher percentage, because then the odds of success go up tremendously. Because what happens is, once those property owners start receiving their estimate for the cost, but it's kind of nice because you showed them the estimate of the cost already and they want to move forward. But once they actually see that cost, then suddenly one or two of them are going to back out. So if we can get a little higher percentage,
So once it's done, it becomes we maintain it.
Correct, as long as it is done to county standards. Exactly. Okay. This is one way where we can ensure it, that it is done to county standards, because we're involved in it along the entire process.
If we can get other people to help pay for our roads, I'm all in for that.
I think this is the reason why it was so successful over in Spokane. And then they did, if they did a little bit of contribution, but not 75%, let's say, but 25%, because there is public benefit. But it just depends on the project again, what it's doing.
Right.
Good stuff.
That's all that I had. Is there any further questions?
No, thank you for looking into this.
Awesome,
Great,
Zach.
thank you.
For those of you that don't know, Zach's been our representative down at planning since we started this, and he's doing a great job.
Good, thanks.
So Zach is now the staff member that is at the planning department handling permits and development review.
Approach permits.
And road improvement districts is really in that bailiwick. It's a private side, public projects to ultimately a public road. Doing a great job.
Great.
Thank you.
Oh, way to go, Zach.
Now I know where to find you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Zach.
the shortest trip here.
I'm gonna start skipping around a little bit. But nobody will know where I'm at.
And then the last item we had for discussion was the walk-on that we had for Dave as the interim county engineer.
So I think it's important to look at the details of that. So a quick little review of that. If you don't, do you have it digitally in front of you?
Yeah, I think it was like 95. I don't have it in front of me, but hoping Fred didn't get locked out of my computer again.
It's easier. So there's two elements to it. There's the MOU. By the way, we already have an interlocal, so really the MOU just talks about the details. But we can share stuff between the city and
Yeah, I saw that.
I think I called it an ILA, so it's even MOU. My consent agenda?
both. Yes, both. So the first one is a single page that's the memorandum. And the city is just going to charge for the actual cost. So it will be the wage plus benefits. I think $90 an hour, 90.02.
It's
It's
a
probably
bargain.
cheaper.
That's
I
a
know, it's a
bargain.
heck of a bargain. So
It is.
so why would you not do it?
Might keep going
That's a
forever.
great bargain. So then the resolution is key. By the way, the work scope, for us in our area, we have to kind of spread out or delegate some of the administrative tasks, but I would still be here for all certification and answering questions as well. Certifications to keep us legal with CRAB and to keep our CA grant status. We're a certified authority, as you know. So I would continue doing those, but I can't do all the other stuff.
When is your last day with the county?
So Monday, the 31st, so I go to the end of the month, and on Tuesday, the 1st, we start at the city. And the plan is on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, I need to have a regular schedule where I come to the county. So Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at this time. And then that way, people know they can come and ask me questions, we can get certifications done, and that is the plan. So the second one is the resolution. This is after talking to the CRAB board, talking to Derek about what we would need to do. So what we're doing is we're rescinding me as the full-time county engineer, and then we would be appointing me as an interim county road engineer. And again, that can go as long as needed. So if you look at the legal portions of it, RCW does allow for part-time county road engineers, so we're totally legit there. And both WashDOT / the grant programs and CRAB are very comfortable with it because they're used to dealing with me and they know that it'll be done right. So they were worried at first, but then they found out that I was going to continue helping out. And the city is graciously, and they want to have good relationships. They actually like the staff sharing opportunities in the future. And the fuel, for example, is another big thing to them. That's a big deal. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, we really appreciate the city of Ephrata doing this. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
gonna be a
That's huge.
big help to us.
This can help in a lot of other
Have
areas.
we posted for, I'm sure we're working on looking for a.
It is posted.
Oh, definitely.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to pull it up.
And because and that's why I started a month ago, because I knew we wanted to get it posted right away. The mayor of the city of Ephrata knows that, I mean, he knows that it may take some time, and he specifically said that to me. He said, it might take some time, and we understand that. So we're good. Then there's another element in that. Oh, it's effective April 1st. I think that's it. It's really, both of them are pretty straightforward.
Well, we owe Mayor Bruce a lot for
Bruce is
allowing
awesome.
us to do this.
Yes, thank you.
He's gonna make us pay.
You must be feeling bad for stealing our employee.
It's the comment is back and forth relationship. We get some of their
We hit him on a good day.
sheriff,
Like,
so some of the policing we get from them.
yeah, no, that'll be good.
It's back and forth.
Yeah.
Well, and he was talking about the fuel. They requested to purchase their fuel from us. They have a really antiquated system and we're working out the logistics of that, but I think that's gonna work. So, we really appreciate them doing this.
Yes, we
Yeah,
do.
no, it's good.
And thank you, Dave, for offering to.
Oh,
do
yeah,
it.
totally. Take the time to do it right. Get a good full-time county engineer. And it's hard to get a PE in the first place, but also to get personality is huge. And desire to work is huge too. Someone that works.
Well, the other part of this that makes it work is people like Zach
Zach.
and Tyler and Catherine that are excellent at what they do, and they're gonna have stuff ready for him, and he won't have to redo everything. He really can review it, tweak a few things, and because of Zach and Tyler and Catherine, he's gonna get a lot done in 2 afternoons.
And these two as well.
I can tell that once we become a county engineer, I can just feel that vibe.
It's gonna be a while.
It might take a while to fill it, you never know.
Probably 5 years down the road.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, anyway, that all
Thank
you
you.
had, Dave?
That's it.
That's all we have.
Okay,
This
well,
concludes.
thank you.
Any questions?
So you mentioned the repairs on the dips on Road 20 or?
Oh,
Road?
Yes. They've got a plan.
So I quickly sketched out what the problem was and what we're gonna try to do. Sorry, I'm a terrible artist, but those pipes are,
Oh, long change.
Right.
Yeah.
the mistake was in the design. We only designed the engineering backfill to about this area. It should have been clear up over this. So they used native material that actually came from,
On site.
150 yards from the pipes, and it's terrible.
So
It's,
you're gonna dig all that back out?
yep, we're gonna dig as far as we can, replace it. Once we get to the top of the pipes, we're gonna build, we call them burritos, and we use geotextile fabric. And we'll fill it with probably base rock,
Alright.
and it helps bridge that as well. It was a design flaw.
Are you gonna add additional drain rock on top?
Yeah,
So
that'll,
it has a little more.
it'll all be as far down as we can dig it, and we will not be able to dig down to where the material is now. We're gonna get as much as we can. That will all be filled in with gravel and
raise it up.
compacted. Yeah, but it's quite a project. It has guardrail on both sides that has to come down.
Right. Well, you got big, large hay trucks going across that
Yeah.
every winter and every spring.
Yeah,
That makes a big difference.
it's really unfortunate.
Because it's a wet, boggy area.
Yep.
When we dug down, we should have floated it with fabric and then brought in nothing but select structural fill to build up the whole thing. Instead, we used that boggy material to backfill it. And of course, that's just moving around. It's just horrible. So select as much as we can.
So we're talking about select, you're talking about gravel.
Bringing in, exactly, but it has to meet specs.
Drain rock,
Exactly.
PE rock.
Well, and we went out several years ago and drilled and took soil samples, and we did it in the summer, and they were still mud.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's that wet.
It's horrible.
It was the wrong material.
Sure.
We spent all
Lesson
that money
learned.
to do it. It was a county road project, and we did not use import material, and that's a good lesson, actually.
So,
Well, how many of those have you done? Honestly.
Well, nothing over kind of a bog like that. I mean, it's really a wet place.
Yeah.
It's unusual.
so that's the problem. That's the proposed fix. Depends on how deep we can get, how confident I am that it will help. Can we eradicate it? I'm skeptical.
I think just bridging it with the burrito, fabric burrito over the top, that alone will help a lot. But if we can get some of that material down there, that's great.
So, all right, any other questions?
No, thank you for joining us today. I don't have any.
Are we still meeting with,
Well, I didn't realize what was going on with Rebecca. She emailed me yesterday afternoon that she is back. We're gonna, right after this, come up, she asked for a priority list of what we needed reviewed. So I don't know yet. I don't see much point in talking to them until we've got her feedback, so might have to kick it back another one, but I'll know more hopefully this afternoon, Kevin.
okay,
So,
sounds good.
all right,
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, Zach.
Yeah,
Recess
really good job,
until
Zach.
9:30 when we're back with the sheriff's office.
You were a little nervous, but then you go.
Okay, coming on. Good morning, it's 9:31 a.m. and we are back for a sheriff's office update. Yeah, Joe, if you would send that, then we can just look at it before we vote.
Okay, yep, I can do that. You wanna, today?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Good morning. I'm gonna let Maria go first. I don't have a ton of updates to give you since I was gone last week. I have a few things, but I'll let Maria give an update with emergency management with a surplus item that we have.
Yeah, it was agenda item number 11 for surplus of a capital asset. It's a security gate that was purchased with state homeland security funds for the MAC dispatch that used to be located there. It's been a long time since they have. This gate was purchased in 2006. I did reach out to the port of Moses Lake / Port District number 10 and let them know that we were surplusing this, that they can do with the gate, keep using it as they needed. They said, okay, and yeah, we're just looking to remove it since it's a really old item.
Good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I was down in Reno last week for the Western State Sheriff's Conference. Made a lot of great contacts down there and spoke to a vendor that specializes in a doctor that has that contracts with jails for 24-hour medical coverage, which is, of course, something we're looking at and we're interested in. So this company, CHP, is not focused on large jails like NavCare is. Their focus is on smaller and mid-sized jails because they understand that there is a need there, but they also understand that the monster financial impact it is on smaller and mid-sized jails that just can't afford companies like NavCare. I spoke to them for, an extensive period of time. He right now is primarily in the state of California right now, and he's trying to move his way north to cover other facilities within the Northwest. I basically kind of explained to him the situation that we have right now currently, and he's very interested in coming and visiting the facility and being part of the RFP process to see about jumping on board with Grant County. I let him know that we're also moving into a new facility in probably about 14, 15 months. That's going to be nearly triple the size of the one we have now. So it's a very, very timely right now for us to move forward on this idea instead of doing it and playing catch up when we get moved into the facility. Very, very good meeting. The company, the owner seemed great. The doctor that owns it he seemed great and very, very in touch with the needs of the smaller and mid-sized jails, which was really great to hear. So that is as far as the medical stuff with the jail goes. I talked to Chief Deputy Sainsbury this morning a little bit about gorge season coming up. I don't know if you guys have been in touch with Live Nation and the gorge stuff as of late. They are expecting a little bit smaller season this year. I think last year we ended up with 18 shows. They're not expecting to have 18 this year. They don't have nearly that many scheduled. Of course, they usually hold open some dates and pop in some shows within the year. Danny's not down there anymore. They do have a new guy running it, and his name escapes me right now. He's been down there for quite some time. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But anyway, the number of shows that they're planning this year is a lot smaller list than they've had in the past. So I don't know how many for sure are going to be scheduled, but it sounds like it's going to be a smaller season than it was last year. An update on the 4-year-old or 4-week-old that was attacked by the dog there in the Moses Lake area. That's quite frankly just an absolutely horrible situation that happened in the real Moses Lake there. There were 7 dogs within that house when it happened. We still don't know at this time which dog was responsible for the mauling of the child. As of right now, the child is still alive, which is good news. It's great news. I don't know if the child will make a full recovery. I really don't know. At this point, I'm not sure if the doctors even know right now. Our detectives are involved with that case, and we're trying to find out a way to identify which dog was responsible for the mauling. We've taken DNA from the dogs and from the child, the surface of the child as well. So hopefully we can somehow get a match that way. It's a very rare type case, and we're not even fully certain we'll be able to have even a criminal charge on that case. It's just a horrific, horrible situation that happened. I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen a lot of really, really bad cases. A lot of bad cases in my time. This is at the top. This is near the top of really crummy cases that our agency has had to deal with. We're gonna set up a SISM debrief for our team as well. So It's a bad one. I don't know how else to say it. Can't really sugarcoat that one. It's bad.
We're all
Multi-
7 dogs inside the house.
There was one dog that we know wasn't part of it because it was in a bathroom with the owner. That we do know. So there it eliminates one of the 7 dogs. But so anyway, we're trying to get it figured out and trying to find out what dog it was. It's just I don't have a whole lot of updates on that situation. So
What kind of a dog was it?
don't know.
Oh,
There's
What is
various
it?
types of dogs
Okay.
in there. There was a pit mix. I believe there was a Mastiff in there, a Husky.
Very aggressive dog.
Various types of dogs. Yeah, not one specific breed was in the house. There's multiple types of dogs. So
And they think it was just one dog. They don't even know if it was just one dog or.
don't know. It's yeah.
Our baby's lucky to be alive.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Yeah, and hopefully makes it through, quite frankly. And that's I think it's kind of day to day right now, which is a horrific part of a 4-week-old child. I mean, I can't wrap my head around it. It's just it's hard. It's tough. Yeah, tough deal. Talking with Jim McKiernan, and you guys are aware that the House bill pushed through the House, and I believe it's in the Senate now for the fair, I believe. I don't think it's fully passed everything yet, if I remember right. It does kind of scare me a little bit if it does pass. It's going to be really difficult. It's going to be very difficult for us to be able to abide by what that law is going to be saying in there. It's going to be very hard. Until we operate our fair under a dome, it's going to be very difficult to keep it secure because we have the campground that's attached to the fair. We have the rodeo grounds with a campground attached to the fair that are partners with ours. We have an 8-foot high fence that is very, very breachable by throwing things over top of it. Metal detectors are extremely expensive to have and to have monitored. It is going to be a substantial impact financially to the county, I think. And I don't think that I don't think that law is going to change anything that isn't already happening and on the books right now, other than it eliminate the ability for people that have the right to carry a firearm safely and securely and be able to protect themselves and their family. They're not able to do that. So that's the bad part. That's a really scary part of it. I'm hoping it dies in the Senate. I hope, if we're lucky. If not, Jim and I are gonna have to come to the table again, probably in front of the board, and have real serious discussions of what we're going to be able to do to make sure we abide by this law. And we'll have to get the prosecutor involved as well. But it's
I suspect that it'll have a legal challenge.
oh, I would hope so. Hopefully it does very quickly. Hopefully somebody files a stay on it and it just sits in kind of in limbo until it gets taken care of through the Supreme Court. So I hope so. We'll see what happens. Oh, hopefully it doesn't make it out of the Senate. I hope so. But I don't know. There's plenty of gun laws on the books already that, the 15-year-old already violated the law, bringing the gun in there.
Well, they don't abide by the laws. That's the problem.
Exactly. If they're not going to abide by that law, I don't know why they think they're going to abide by the other ones that are in place. It doesn't. I can't wrap my head around it. So we're just handcuffing the people that are able to carry firearms and able
be
to,
responsible.
be responsible firearm owners, and that's who we're really handcuffing here. It really is. So that's kind of the sad part about that. There was one other thing I was going to mention. We're having a little bit of fleet issues with our cars. We're starting to get into I'm going to call them COVID Chevys, that when you had cars being manufactured during the times of COVID. An example is we have a fairly new Tahoe that came out of the COVID era, and between oil changes of 5,000 miles, it burns about 2 quarts of oil every 5,000 miles. Chevy says that's perfectly within the specifications of the vehicle, and just keep an eye on it. That's what Chevy has told Public Works. Of course, because we abide by state contracts, lemon laws don't apply to us. We fall outside of that. So we're trying to limp that thing through, and our days of getting Chevys are probably over. We'll probably go back to and move forward with F-150s, the pickups for our K9 rigs instead of the Tahoes. It's just Tahoes are expensive, and if if that's the kind of problems that we're gonna have, it's just, I can't imagine Public Works is too happy about it because that's the information we got it from, so. We'll have to refocus on what it looks like for our canine rigs for the up and coming years, but, which I guess may be a benefit because it'll reduce our cost of vehicles because we're not gonna get Tahoes. The other thing that we have kind of weird with our fleet, because our budget season, and this is really nobody's fault, it just is the way things kind of cycle through, our budget cycle, and then the cycle of state contract and ordering of vehicles is kind of off kilter. So anytime, as an example, the board approved my new crime reduction team, which gave me technically 4 new deputies and of those 4, we're gonna have 4 of them going to the crime reduction team to fulfill that. We approved the vehicles to be purchased, in that year. However, the order cycle already happened. And so when the year came around to ordering for that personnel, it didn't happen because the cycles become off. So what a lot of other fleet managers are doing through the state is every vehicle that they order, basically in groups like of 7 to 10 vehicles, every 7 to 10 vehicles they order, they basically order one extra for a loaner in case you have a motor go out, or a Chevy that burns 2 quarts of oil in 5,000 miles, or whatever it is. You have an extra one there in the fleet to pick up that slack or for personnel things, anything like that. So that's what a lot of fleet managers have done through the state. We haven't done that. The loaners we have are old vehicles from our fleet that we've cycled out, but their mileage has been fairly good. The maintenance has been fairly good on those cars, so we'll keep them a little bit longer for loaners within our fleet, but those are starting to kind of die out now as well. So that may be something that we work with Public Works and try to explore an option of what it might look like to try to build up a little bit of a loaner type fleet, not 10 to 15 cars, but maybe 3 or 4 very, very good vehicles that are able to grab when we need to have them, or with staff that we hired when we're outside of that cycle of ordering cars. So we've had such an influx of new employees, we're starting to have to really jockey vehicles around because I don't want to put new people in an ORV pickup. It doesn't make sense to me until we get the ORV slots filled. So something we're looking for in the future, not to do right now, but to work with Public Works and have those conversations in the future of how we look at our fleet and how we do our ordering of our fleet to make sure that we're being efficient with the agency, as well as having equipment that is viable for us to use. So, but we'll work with Public Works on that. That's nothing we're
Public
doing.
Works work on your vehicles?
Mhm.
They do
Yeah.
all the
Yeah, they do.
repairs.
They do all the maintenance. They don't do the installation of the equipment though. We contract for that. In fact, one of the companies that we had, FCI, we're still working through a lot of the deficiencies that they had with the installations. We're having wiring issues, equipment issues. Just sometimes you get better work from others than you do from other people. So FCI was not a very good change for us. Some other agencies love them. They do. Some agencies swear by them. We had nothing but problems with them. We had to send their equipment off to get repaired the right way so things would work. So we kind of got spoiled with Daryl Doolittle with the work that he does with his company, and he does very, very good work. It's very meticulous. It's very clean. It works. He wires every car exactly the same. So if there's a problem, he knows exactly where it is. If there's any problem with Daryl at all, is sometimes he's just a little too slow, and that's only because he doesn't have a bunch of people working for him. But the work he does is phenomenal. He does great work.
He's still doing it?
Yeah, he still is, and I forget the name of his company. Sorry about that.
Is there some reason why we don't have him do those?
What's that?
Is there some reason why you quit having him do them?
No, he still does them. He still does them, yeah.
It was just backlogged, or?
He's backlogged, yeah. So I think we had this year, I want to say we had 18 builds scheduled this year. And it's a substantial build for him and one other person. He is turning around on average, a car he gets turned around probably 2 to 3 weeks, which we can make it through that. But when he's also has contracts with other people as well. So once he gets our cars, it's fine, but it's getting him when he gets started on them. The work, I hate to say it, but sometimes the wait is worth it because of the work he does is so good. And the repairs that he does is very quick and very easy because he knows what the problems are if there are any.
He used to do this at Public Works. He was a Public Works employee, then just kind of
Yeah,
left Public Works and does it on his
Yeah,
own now.
and like I said, he does fantastic work, so. I think that's about really all I have, unless you have any other questions for me that I can think of. I can't think of anything else when I was gone last week. I talked to Tom yesterday about the new jail. Apparently there's, poured concrete floors on the second level, which is great. I haven't been up there in about 3 weeks, so I'm excited to go up there and check it out. I'll be in Spokane tomorrow, but, hopefully Thursday I can maybe go up
I
there.
think
So.
he brought some concerns yesterday about the kennel. Kind of a big change in.
Yeah, him and I talked yesterday. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication of what the purpose was to go to Spokane on there. So they were asking a lot of questions on the kennel design as far as the type of kennels, what they were looking like, and the design of them. Because, as an example, we told them that these dogs are very mischievous. We had one of our dogs chewed off his own tail. That's how bored Malinois get. He ate his tail, chewed it off. Now, whether or not he had an irritation on it, he just kept chewing on it, but it literally chewed off 1.5 inches of his tail. So we had to go to the doctor and they had to fix it. But that's the kind of destruction these dogs will do because they're very high energy and they're workers. That's what they're trained to do. So we're trying to get kennels that are Malinois proof, I guess, if you want to say it for another term. But what we told him was the contractor, Mark Seberg, as well as Jerry, I forget Jerry's last name, but he had questions on the canines. I just told him, I said, hey, go take a look at Spokane's kennels just to look to see how they're built. And then I think you'll get an idea of what we're talking about as far as the build of the kennel itself.
Okay.
Yeah, of the actual holding kennel, not the facility. I mean, Tom came back and says, gosh, it sounds like you guys wanted the same facility. I said, no.
Yeah, I think they had offices.
No.
Okay.
I said, Tom, their purpose to go there was just to see the kennel itself.
Okay,
That,
the kennel area.
just the kennel area.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, so no, we're not looking to add offices. I think the only thing we turned around and added, instead of a mop pan, we actually wanted to convert that into a dog washing station. And you can just use that as the wash pan. I mean, you're just dumping a mop bucket, who cares, you know? So that was really, I think, the only real change that we had in the plan of it, but everything else is staying the same. We don't want offices in there. We've got a really nice building next door with offices, so we don't need offices in there. So, yeah, it was just literally to go see the make of the kennels, to see what the housing of the dogs looks like in Spokane. So, because that's the one they use, and they're really familiar with. So, yeah, I think we got it figured out yesterday when Tom came and saw me yesterday. So, Ricardo Char is going to go there and at the meeting tomorrow and kind of get them filled in of what we were looking for, just to refresh their memory. So, yeah. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to tell you. Some moves through office. Just a reminder, John is retiring as the undersheriff in his, we're having a small deal for him up in the I think it's the multi-purpose room, now that I think about it. I think we moved it up there. Yeah, at 2:00 next Friday. And then I've appointed Gary Mansford as the undersheriff, who will take John's spot. And then I just appointed Ricardo Char as the chief deputy over field operations, and Bo Layman's will move over to investigations where Gary was at. So Ricardo came up and Gary moved up to undersheriff. So just for some movement, so you're aware of. So you'll probably start seeing Gary at some of these meetings and Ricardo showing up as well. So yeah, I'm excited for both of them. Gary's going to do a good job, and Ricardo's been very, very involved with the field operations division and TRT and all things with field ops for nearly 25 years now. So he's a real sharp guy. He'll do a great job. He really will. I'm excited for him. So yeah, that was the last thing I had. Was my other place.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Nothing here, none?
That's
Remember to send us that contract.
Yep, I actually have a message ready to check. He just sent it to me, so I'll see if I have it here, and if I do, I will send it right now while I'm here.
Sweet. All right, we'll go into recess until 10 a.m. We're back for facilities maintenance update.
Join us today.
Good morning, it is 10 a.m. and we are here for facilities and maintenance update with Tom and Kevin.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm going to start with a little something, then I'll let Kevin take over. So Friday, we did complete our ASHRAE audit of the Law and Justice Building. We expect to receive that report and recommended measures for improving our energy uses of the Law and Justice Building in about a month. And we will also see our buildings benchmarked against those of other government entities. So I don't expect the Law and Justice Building will fare well. It's already failing the Clean Buildings Act. The courthouse and annex are both passing very well, but that has continued to be a problem. And it must be bid day. I have received 5 calls from contractors inquiring about bid bonds for the horse barn electrical project, and I've got an apprentice right now driving over from Clarkston to drop off their bid. So it's yeah. So it's interesting. Both of those bids are today in the BOCC office, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what we get on this.
Especially from Lewiston, holy cow.
Yeah. So anyway, and with that, I'll let you take over.
Okay, so far this week, we had our new maintenance 4. He started yesterday. His name is John Hanold. He is in orientation right now, or otherwise we would have brought him in to introduce him. So
You know, the funny thing is, I thought it was his son. I ran into him in the hall yesterday, and it's him. I went to school with him. So
Did you?
it's like, what are you doing?
He is a new employee.
It's my first day.
So no, so far,
He's a good guy.
yeah, he seems like a super dude, and he's got 25 years of maintenance experience with a strong background in HVAC. So I think he's got some skills that we can definitely utilize and help make our department even more successful. So hopefully we can get him to stick around and stay a while.
He's a good hire.
Now for some bad news, the controller for the jail heating and HVAC has failed again.
The one you just got?
Yeah, and it's not just the jail, it's the entire Law and Justice Building.
Yeah. So there's a call into Johnson Controls to get a service technician to plug back into it and see if we can bring this one back online. I think if Tom and I had a brief discussion about that this morning, if it fails again, I think we can limp it along and try and find a more reliable control system for it. With everything we've been exploring, I don't know how much we keep sticking into the same system with the same results. If we do dive into looking for updating that, obviously our thoughts will be, what is it going to be in the future, and can we integrate it into new systems, HVAC systems, if we have it. So at the end of the day, at some point, we're going to have to update the controls over there. So this maybe is just going to force our hand and get us to do it sooner than we thought. So we'll keep you posted as things come along and let you know what cost and everything looks like.
And I'll circle back a little bit more on that when you're done. So
Okay.
Whatever else you got.
The museum reader board, so working with John down at the museum on that project that they started. So they received a grant and to put one up there, and we did some background check with him to make sure that he did go out and receive multiple bids for, what he was looking at. And he met the criteria for getting multiple bids. We have to still get electrical bids on that, so there'll be some more costs. I would expect somewhere around $3,000 to be what it'll cost to get power to that. And then we have to also check in to make sure the setback is far enough off the road to meet all the requirements for the state and the city on that as well.
Yeah, I was wondering about that when I went down and met with him. He's like, well, we're just gonna put it right here. I'm like, well, I don't know about that. I wanna make sure that.
Yeah. So we're gonna go look for, Tom was talking to the city and he asked a question which was helpful to figure out where it needs to be. So it can not go past the property line. So we'll have to find out where the line is as far as the property line along the road, and then figure out placement from there.
Yeah, the leading edge of the sign can't be beyond the property line.
We got a couple more offices that we're working on getting desk and furniture for. So trying to get them drawn out and get the layouts back to the offices for Public Works is one of them, and youth services. The courthouse staff finished the wiring for the audio visual system at Public Works last week, so they should be getting that back online as soon as TS can get Avidex back to commission it and get it going. So that should be one project everybody is happy to have done and not hear any more about. Public Works, some updates there. Progress on the fuel pump PMs is for the most part completed. So it sounds like they had some parts coming in for Quincy yet that need to get installed, and then everything should be whole as far as the fuel system goes again. We did have some discussions on how to maintain that. What is the best path forward with it? So what frequency do we really need to have inspections on these? How much time is it going to take? Is there other other PMs that are out there that we need to take care of? Things like lifts in the shops, things of that nature. So there's a discussion that maybe we need to set aside one person that's dedicated to these types of systems and make sure they're taken care of. There's things at the landfill that could be incorporated into that position, and then try to make sure those things are all taken care of and don't slip by the wayside. So we're seeing, digging in, we're finding other things that are getting missed. So yeah, would it make sense to dedicate a person to make sure those things get done? And then Eli's been a great hire. He's really knocking out PMs, work orders, just tracking and what he's done. He's done like last week he had, I think it was 35 work orders completed, so he's just getting right through them. So do we take a look at that person for taking care of the fuel system, the lift inspections, landfill operating down there with the changes that they have coming, and then have Eli take care of the rest of those things, and then we supplement from the courthouse and bill that back to them to take care of the facilities in general. So we'll keep you posted as we get more information on that and figure out what that looks like, but it's something that there was a discussion about. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but
They mainly just do preventative maintenance. Is that what you're thinking? Just go to each one of them, once a quarter or once a month or whatever, and just check them over and make sure they're working properly.
yeah, and there's more to that. So again, it's more than the fuel system. There's the lifts, who's coming in and doing the inspection on these big vehicle lifts. They should be done annually. You got crane inspections that need to be done annually. You got all the work down at the landfill, and I don't know what that all is. We're gonna take a ride down there tomorrow afternoon, and we're gonna look at some things as well. But figuring out what the total time is for this work and making sure it doesn't get ignored. There's a lot of pressure on, especially with, what was going on with Public Works, with having one person there to manage all that work. How do we get our arms wrapped around it? How do we make it get done? I think one thing that in the back of my mind that worries me, if we're missing lift inspections, crane inspections, things of that nature, right? If somebody gets hurt, that's not gonna be good for the county at all.
Right.
So I think it kind of needs to be a thing that we focus on and get.
Do they have a schedule, like where they write down when it was inspected, who inspected it?
It
what time they
should
inspected it?
be in our PM system, and we're finding that those things are not in there. So we need to, there's more work to do.
Gotcha, yeah.
So again, it was kind of how do we get there? How do we get it done? And how do we get the focus on it?
Sounds
So.
like you're on the right track.
Yeah, well, more work.
How many lifts does Public Works have?
I don't have the total count yet, but I know you've got a couple right up here at the central shop. I know you have one in Quincy. There's some in, I believe there's one in Heartline. Again, it's just kind of taking a look at what's all there, making sure that, again, so getting those assets into our work order system so that we have visibility to that. So there's things that are missing that we need to get to.
Are they all two-post lifts, or are they some of them drive-on lifts?
I haven't spent a lot of time with them. I just remember walking by and looking at them, and the one I remember up here was a two-post lift.
we have a massive number of assets that we track in all buildings other than Public Works. Prior to taking over maintenance of Public Works, we'd had facilities condition assessments done where a lot of our assets were grabbed, cataloged, put into a PM system, but we haven't done a facilities condition assessment at all of those buildings yet. So I know that this year I was going to talk to a couple of companies about doing that, getting quotes, and possibly doing that next year, unless I could get it cheap enough when we had money towards the end of the year. But that's the best way for us to get those things migrated into our CMMS platform, is to have an assessment done, because then they'll actually look at the life cycle costs of those things and what or at the actual expected life expectancy. And we can plug that in, and then we have a bar to measure against.
Right.
So,
Is it okay to waive your team in?
yeah,
No big
we'll
deal.
probably hang out there.
Wheeler Road parking lot is out to bid. Our budget for that is $255,000, so hopefully we should be right in the middle of what we got for bids last year. So hopefully we get that one to go and get that parking lot fixed up in good condition and get it so that the water runs away from the building instead of towards the building. Still working on the new key schedule for the jail. And there's a couple other quick notes, working on the RFQ for A&E on-call architectural and engineering services for the county. Just so that's part of what we're doing with Renew for their lobby remodel, just so we can have somebody to kind of draw things up. And then in the future, have a list of those architectural and engineers that we can call for other projects that we would need that type of service for.
We've done that once in the past, and then we didn't renew it. But we're kind of at the point where it would be nice to have that contract again. The ability to talk to an architect closer to home than Florida.
And then we have some training we have coming up. We'll have our meeting tomorrow, obviously, for safety training, and we try to have monthly safety trainings with the whole entire group and a lunch. And then so we're going to have that tomorrow up at Work Release. And then we have locksmith training April 10th that we'll be able to send 10 to 12 technicians to, and they can get some more locksmith training. Other than that, if you got questions on anything or things that you want to talk about?
No, I think I hit everything I could think of.
Okay, so I'm curious, what is locksmith training? How
So-
to repair the doors or how to break
so-
into a door?
All of the above. So, yeah, so how to change a core, make a core. So what you put your key into, they'll be able to pin those. They'll show them how to do that, make it, and,
Oh, so you can key everything the same?
Yeah.
An arduous task.
oh, no, we're not gonna make every door the same,
No,
but
but you can.
you could, yes.
Yeah, it's, don't lose those little cylinders that come
Yes.
out because you're,
Well, and that's a patented system too, so you can't just go to the store and buy them. They're assigned to us, so. Any other questions? Lastly, we got 2 minutes, so I'll circle back like I said I was going to. For the longest time, we've been partnered with Automated Logic as the building automation system for us. You've seen me use it as I control our HVAC. I think the company went through 2 corporate buyouts in the last 2 years. Standard Plumbing, originally a Spokane company, was bought by Automated Logic. Then Automated Logic was bought by the Carrier Corporation. And in that transition, the company, I think, is going through some significant growing pains. We, on the CSHR building, when we got a quote for controls in there to add it to the architecture we already have, it was prohibitively expensive, almost one of those prices where they were trying not to do the work, and it really kind of.
CHRA.
Yeah, CSR, the Central Services HR building.
The old dentist
Yeah,
building.
the old dentist building.
Okay, I was like a little, I'm.
Yeah, there's
trying to figure out.
another control contractor that provided us a cost that was 50% of that cost, which was much more in line with what it should have been. So they'll be working on that building, and then there'll be somebody that we talk to about the law and justice building and controls over there. If
Wasn't that somebody that you know?
it is somebody that I know, but it is they're a major. It's ATS Inland Northwest, and it's Allen Bradley Systems. They're the two competitors in the Inland Northwest that can scale on a commercial project. So otherwise, there's not really anybody else out there. So, but when I sent pricing out, it did go to both those companies. So I was really surprised when I got one at 76,000 and one at 31,000. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I was pretty angry. Anyway, that's all we've got.
Thank you very much for your time.
Right on time.
Ta-da.
You're up.
Okay, it's 10:16 a.m. We'll
Don't forget your
continue
phone.
on into.
Oh, no, it's gonna be that.
TS update.
No. You take your phone. All right, see you guys
Yeah,
later.
we're trying to give away your product.
Okay. Like I did this morning, I'll start with my own little deal about GCTS, but then we're going to talk about security training. So I don't know if the commissioner is aware, but yesterday or day before the SOS.
Yesterday, I was going to talk about that.
Yeah. So without any notice, any information from the auditor, we had members of the Secretary of State's office show up to do an inspection and look at the operations of our data center as it relates to election security.
And give a presentation.
That's interesting.
Yeah. We had no idea. I think Joe got a call from elections like 5 minutes before.
No. 10 minutes after it started.
Or 10 minutes after it started.
Wondering why
Did
you weren't there.
elections
Which,
know?
Yes.
which would have been the same time
Sounds
that,
about right.
yeah, I think even our auditor was late to that meeting, but we had no idea.
Did they have any idea?
Well, yes, they
They
knew.
knew they were coming. Okay.
So, but that being said, I think, and Joe can correct me if I'm wrong, the meeting did not go badly.
No.
And I understand that they were even impressed with our operations thus far, since before they even began directing the operational requirements that we see today coming from the Secretary of State, we were already ahead of the curve and already doing those things that they've asked people to do. We were already there. And I think the team recognized that
Yes.
and even agreed with
Was it the state auditor or the secretary? of
Secretary of State.
Secretary,
Okay.
yeah, Secretary of State.
And even agreed with Joe, as Joe explained, our reasoning, behind the Albert sensor, things like that. I think he had agreement amongst their staff.
Yeah.
Which was interesting.
Suppose this was prompted from our meeting last week or the week
I
before.
don't know. It seems awfully coincidental.
Seems pretty strange.
And it's entirely plausible, but it did sound like when Kaylin called, she's like, did Michelle send you the invite for this? I'm like, no. So I don't know how far in advance it was arranged. So the meeting was on a Monday. I would have assumed that the invitation would have come last week sometime.
They were also talking about they had other scheduled meetings with other counties with the same subject matter. So my guess is this wasn't in response to anything recent.
So if they were just-
And it was a county that already plays ball with them. So,
Right.
I mean, they weren't necessarily singling us out, but I think we were
Now, yeah.
in the flight path.
On the plus side of it, though,
Coincidence.
this team did offer some training that we're going to take advantage of.
Yes.
So.
So we get there and I thought it was prudent to very politely explain and put into context why we chose not to go with an Albert sensor. And as I'm explaining it, we learned some new things that were a benefit to them for their argument, which was good. But then there were still some sticking points that we had that they can't overcome. And when I explained those sticking points, particularly the topology and how it's connected, the guy he got this like really disgusted look on his face, like, why would you do that? I was like, because that's what the document says we're supposed to do. And he was even like he was going to check into that or something. And I'm like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. And he's like, yeah, I wouldn't do that either. So they were cool. And then they talked about, they had a deal. I've scanned it. I just need to collate it for you. But the presentation, and then I can give it to everybody. They talked about not just SANS security training, but SANS training that's IT related. Some of it would be security. Some of it could be IT managerial type stuff. There was different things that we could look into, that they give us a voucher to pay for a good chunk of it. So it doesn't cover the entirety of it, but I think, John, you were saying it was.
As my remembering the PDF thing they gave us said that the training voucher was for $8,000. When I went and looked at the actual prices from the vendor for those trainings, they were $8,760. So it covers almost the entirety of the cost, but not all of it.
And just to button up the conversation about this visit, the board saw the email that I sent to Michelle regarding the meeting that we had. She did reply to that yesterday, thanking me for the email, but she also let me know that she was in that meeting.
She was there.
No, in the meeting that we were in with the Secretary of State.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I did not see her in that meeting.
I didn't either.
I was not aware that
Yeah, she emailed me right after I made the comment. I made a comment during the thing, and then she was like, "Oh," when I said, "Well, what if we've already separated our elections department?" And they were like, "You're good, I guess."
Well, you made the statement, yeah. So, yeah.
But yeah, she emailed me. She's like, "Thank you for that." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "That came out of left field. Now it makes more sense."
Yeah.
So,
She was very quiet.
yes, she was very quiet.
Okay. Wow.
They did offer a thing called a Go Kit. It's basically kind of a replacement firewall. So if we were to get compromised in any way, shape, or form for our elections department, they're going to sell us a PF-Sense firewall gateway and possibly a switch if we need it. And we're going to take some of our surplus computers and build them to put behind it, and it'll just sit up in the vault. So if their network gets compromised, we can just swap those things out quickly so that they can still send elections data to VoteWa.
We should use AI and turn that into an automatic transfer switch.
Just costs money, I mean. But so that they did have a cool thing that they brought to our attention, and I said, yes, order us one. And I told Michelle that we'd figure out how it gets paid for. I mean, I'll eat the cost if it comes down to it. We have money for that. So it wasn't very expensive. It was like $2,500 or something. So I was like, yeah, totally, let's do that. And it looks like we're cooperating too. I mean, it's goodwill, but it's a non-intrusive thing. They said that they would allow us to configure it, that they would send us the documentation on how to set it up, that you guys sound like you already know how to do all this stuff. We're like, uh-huh. And so they were impressed, I think, so.
Good, glad it went well.
Yeah.
And with that, I think John's going to talk about the cyber training.
Yep. As part of the sort of ongoing services that we get from Tyler MDR, one of the engagements we get from them every year is a security training. They're intended for non-technical people to quickly get impression of what's going on in security that affects them. So it doesn't have a lot of technical detail, but it does do a lot of informing the user, what I like to call the vocabulary of security. There are a lot of things you hear about phishing and smishing and this, that, and the other thing, and it will explain what those are. And he does a much better job of it than I do, because I find myself in the technical weeds on accident. And he's very focused on getting the information across to non-technical users. The training is 30 minutes. We have a video of the training that we're going to put up on the website. I think there's value in seeing the training live. Connecting with a real person in real time helps people learn the material. It will cover some current attacks to I think they put that in there to validate the training. It's like, this is important and this is why you should pay attention. After that, they talk about social engineering. It goes back to the phishing type attacks, where it basically is the hackers are confusing the users into giving them information that shouldn't be handed out. That's the sort of the focus, I guess, of the training. And after that, it's some more talk about upcoming threats and things that people might see that would give them a trigger to know that I should avoid that. And at the end, they spend a little bit of time just talking about best practices on email use and password, things like that.
I think Commissioner Burgess is scheduled for this week.
Yes, he's got a spot reserved in our conference room. The only person who has reserved a spot in the conference room. So you'll be sitting there with us as we watch the training in the morning.
Lead from the front.
Right.
All in.
I really have no idea who's going to watch other than you, but it's because it's not mandatory. We don't get to require anybody to see it.
That's up to y'all.
Although we
It'd
might,
be a decent policy.
yeah, we might look to create a policy that requires some of that, you know, something that we'll work with Blair on, because I'm sure that Clear Risk would like to see us make that a requirement.
So I would agree.
Yeah, some kind of training, so.
That was it on the training that we're offering to users. There are, we're doing the phishing test as well. So there will be a, oh, okay. I won't.
And yesterday, I got, I don't know if you had a chance to call Dan, but
I did.
yeah, so we kind of created a direct connection between the gentleman putting in all the low voltage work and all the conduit for IT stuff over at the jail with Joe, and they'll start having regular meetings. A lot of them will probably be on site.
Yep. So
walking around, making sure that part of the project is.
scheduled a meeting with him either late tomorrow morning or early tomorrow afternoon.
Got the most input that we can give. So,
We're going to do a walkthrough and look at the things, and we spoke briefly. So yeah.
Dan's great. That guy's so sure.
Oh yeah, totally. So, and Ricky will be here for staff, so we're both just going to run up there so that we see what's going on and have a better understanding of it.
Yep, and all the caulk is dry. So.
Good. We can walk where we need to.
Yeah. And with that, any questions from the board for this?
So tomorrow morning, is that training down here? Or is it upstairs?
You can view it from anywhere. It's a Teams meeting link.
Oh, okay.
But Barb, I think, asked to reserve a spot for you in our conference room.
Yeah.
Up in the technology services conference room. So.
Okay.
We got those swanky new chairs, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Comfy, big screen TV.
Low lights. It's kind of like a movie theater. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Gotta bring my pillow too.
Although he keeps the AC pretty cold up there. So.
Yeah, we like it
Really
frigid.
chilly.
Yeah.
It's chilled.
Because Joe's a polar bear.
But they make up for it down at the end of the hall where it's like 9,000 degrees.
Between there and elections.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We finished 2 minutes early.
2 minutes early. You can keep talking if you want.
Nothing else?
Nothing else?
Okay, we'll go in recess until 10:45 when we are back for a work session. Good morning, it is 10:45 a.m. and we are back in session for a commissioner work session. You guys have anything urgent you want to discuss, or should we just go over the pending decisions?
I think we pretty much covered everything that was on my mind.
Okay, if we are gonna vote no or hold the compensation study that we literally have promised that we were gonna do for the last year and a half, 2 years, I'm not sure how long. It does ensure fair and competitive compensation practices, and just because they look at it, I do believe we have positions that are overpaid. Kind of like when we're talking about a salary, I will pull them up. And we figure out what counties we kind of have a list of comparable counties that we've always used, so we would look at that.
But it always seems like, it seems like when we do have, requests for a raise, it seems like we're paying what we should be.
Or more.
Or more.
But I think this is,
I think study's kind of a waste of money myself.
and I will say, we do have some proactive department heads and elected officials that will get looked at, and others that are lagging behind that don't really get looked at, so all over the board.
Which one do you think that are underpaid when you say that?
I'm really surprised, like our mailroom, our elections, kind of our elections in that department, we've kind of looked at it, but they are, compared to everybody else, they get paid a lot less than their band is. Is it 3 or 4? They may have been moved up to a 5 or 6.
So.
I mean, we've looked at the increase in the rate for like the mailroom, but
Could we have HR look at all the departments and
well, we could, but, and I will say, I will be very upfront and honest. I think some departments and offices work great with HR and others don't. And there is a disparity between the ones that work well with HR and the ones that don't, and it's evident, it just appears to be evident in their salary. And
I don't necessarily agree with that. I would say obviously anybody, it's like if you and I don't work well together, then we obviously don't work on things well together. So, I mean, I do agree with that, but I don't think that base pay is.
I didn't mean to, I'm not blaming HR.
I think with Kirk, I agree. Because Kirk didn't work well with certain people. And they always thought like, oh, he's working on it, and then it was like never worked on. But I think with this crew, I
will
don't see
say
it
Decorah
as
has been
much.
a fantastic job. Decorah has been a great find and a great team player. But I think if we do say no, that we need to meet with our elected officials and department heads, explain why we don't want to do it or get their input. Because again, in the leadership class, we shouldn't be making decisions, you know, especially after we promise something, we're not being transparent.
What's your opinion then on budget with all of that? It just seems so unstable to me that it's
I think
scary
everybody seems to
overall.
think, I don't know where the fear is, because when we've done it, some positions will go higher, but I will tell you, we have some positions that are very high and they will be redlined, and here's a basis to say, look, you are overpaid. This is, we're gonna redline, and if they threaten to leave, well,
They're gonna leave anyway, so that's.
they can if they want to, but for the most part, it is a threat. I would like to, you know, kind of look at, look at like our engineer, kind of what everybody in the area is getting, you know, when we go out for the job, but we have some that have worked in that position every day for I don't know how many years, because they never complain or ask about it. We don't really touch it or move it, where there's other offices, you know, we try to do families, but I just feel that we've told everybody we're gonna do it.
I think it should fall on the department heads to make sure that their employees are getting
Well, and they
compensated.
have, but some of them, if you didn't get along with HR, it didn't happen. So,
But then
I'm not saying this is now, but
But if that didn't happen, could they come to the county, you know, us and say, hey?
well, I'm looking at the budget, I can tell you that there are some that are not comparable.
There's
I don't
some
know what the duties are.
positions that I've struggled with because I have supported increases on certain positions. And I'm not gonna get into positions or people on YouTube, but then I'm here, let's say I'm doing something and I notice like, oh, I saw so-and-so because I know them, they left and they're gone for 2.5 hours, let's say, because I'm working right here or I'm, you know, the barbecue day was a good example. There was an employee that left, was gone. I got there at like 9:30, they left. They got back around 11:30 when we were serving. I was like, oh dang, you guys take early lunch? No, I was just on a quick break. I'm like, we're gone 2 hours. So some of the electeds and department heads don't hold those staff very accountable at the same time. So some positions, when they are low, it's like they also are taking 4 breaks and maybe not here, or they're outside on 15 smoke breaks. Or so sometimes I'm like, yeah, I think that it's banded low, but then I'm also watching how they're managed.
Well, and this will also look at if they, I mean, it also writes out their job description, their duties that they're supposed to be doing. Why do we have?
Will
you know,
updated
3
job
people doing this
descriptions
thing?
be part of this?
That is the biggest part of it, is updating the job descriptions and looking to see. So if we have somebody that's supposed to be doing A, but they're literally doing C and D, why are they doing C? Where is the person trying to do A?
Yeah, not a lot of activity. I think the,
Like, hey, you've got
Danica Rossman's gonna be interesting to see where that ends up. I still don't see how we're involved in that, but because we issued a permit, somehow it just sets a,
I know.
it's a ding lawyer for you.
Oh, I agree, so.
What should be happening, because if you have a director, you're supposed to be directing, but yet the managers are doing all the directing, well, you got a problem here, and it should bring to light that
Yeah.
shortfall.
If they
So
do
everyone
just
knows,
a-
like at the food bank, Moses Lake, we're bringing
Yeah,
on
when
board.
they participate, because they go and interview, everybody, all the job descriptions are updated, so, I mean, maybe you're doing accounts payable pool, but really your more accounting or accountant is listed, and all they're doing is basically accounts payable, that's not an accountant, that's, I think it's just a look at everything and go, okay, you're actually.
I think last time it's been done.
You're a bookkeeper one that we call an accountant.
2009. And it was really, we didn't have big wage increases, we did, because we weren't
I
doing
don't feel
wages
good.
for salary. Like the cost of living, it kind of scaled everybody back to that and stuff. I'm kind of, this might be a great opportunity, just because you've been here for a while, doesn't mean you always get a step. If you're performing, you need to get the step, but a lot of times the step just happens when you've got some, you start off strong, you've got your 6 months under your belt, and, you're not just kind of waiting a long time.
So how did it work out when you guys did it last time?
Well, I don't recall being a big salary increase.
We're gonna separate that.
We're comparables and updated
The
jobs. The biggest thing was
1705
not seeing all
was
the jobs.
closed on 310.
Did they separate?
But no, it wasn't.
Don't remember. I have
What
to
year
go back
did
and
you
look at
do
that
that,
one,
though?
but I remember.
Because it's another vehicle hit us. We got a report yesterday. Did you see McKernan's fence
Question is, did it?
got hit again at the fairgrounds?
No, I didn't see.
It gets hit about
I
5 times
felt
a
like
year.
it was
Yeah.
because-
Shane and Blair, I'm so sorry to, when you guys talk at the table, we
we were
can't hear
actually-
anything that the commissioners are saying.
Sorry.
Right word section. Yes, it did, because you just felt like you were always getting like, I need to look at this, so I have unique and special employees that are doing certain jobs, I need to update. Where you're kind of like, you move one person, you've got to do everybody in that. It really made it like, we've done the salary survey, so unless their job changes, this is what it is, these are the duties they're doing, and prove to me that they're not doing those duties and it's comparable. It made our job, actually, as commissioners, a lot easier. Because you actually fell in a category you weren't. I will say ours is highly manipulated right now, that, we try
Well,
to keep
that's-
it down, but
And that's where it may help us and the department heads realize that we are paying them what they should be getting paid.
and I think some are overpaid, and I think some are probably underpaid, and some we need to look at their job description and really make sure that they're doing that job description. If not, then you put them down in a different band. If they're doing above and beyond, then you fix that. But I mean, I think it's a fair assessment of what our employees are doing across the board, and it's not just a few that come into our office. And again, I'm not saying the HR is not doing their job, because they, Gina and Decorah and Jonathan and Daniel have been doing an extraordinary job. And I think they've had a lot of cleanup and a lot of things that have gotten pushed to the side, but I really think it's a clean look at everything. It just, I don't think it's gonna fix things, but for me, it would give me a better perspective, like, no. If their job duties have changed,
15 years,
this
that's-
is, it's a while.
A lot of things. have
And once
changed.
it's done, you can kind of patch, kind of do some fixes along the way, but I feel like we've just done little patches and fixes and looked at this. We've tried to group them in families, but, one family, you move one family, then it kind of creates another. And we have some employees that do some kind of unique things that aren't really.
Put a value on.
And it listens to your overtime too. So if you have employees that are getting a lot of overtime, why is the overtime? Maybe you need to hire another person.
How do you get overtime but you take 2-hour breaks? Sometimes that's what I wonder.
Well, they shouldn't be.
Yeah, but they're not managed by their elected.
They shouldn't even be taking 2-hour breaks. I mean, that's.
Yes. But they're not managed
So where's their
well.
supervisor in that? They have a supervisor within their team.
I don't know.
The problem I see is that if it's a department head, another elected official, we really don't have, what do we say?
Well, we say we don't, but this will hold, it should hold people to the fire. Like if you're a manager and your employee is supposed to be doing this and you're not. And I think we've gotten We've gotten a little loose on.
It's just too soft. It's
And
not,
I think once we
it's
clock
not
in,
business decisions, it's personal feelings all the time.
well, and I think once we start our new software, implement the time card,
And that could be 4 years from now at the rate they're going.
supposed to be sooner than later. But we can implement it anytime. And we're gonna get pushback, and there's a reason why we're gonna get a lot of pushback.
I can imagine.
We're gonna get a lot of pushback.
But they have to realize that, we're trying to run this county
Yeah.
as efficient as possible and make everybody do the work that they're supposed to be here doing.
But this should expose the inefficiencies and the, the holes that we have.
I guess my thing would be, Kevin, you said that we aren't over an elected official. I guess my thing would be, in order for me to really support that, is for us to be more, I don't know, firm with them afterwards. Because
I agree.
if nothing's gonna change and you're doing, like, and Cindy, you know this, it's always the commissioner's fault. The commissioners are why the sheriffs didn't get what they wanted. The commissioner, but it's not, it's like, it wasn't us. And it gets kind of old always being us, or Rob made this decision, a commissioner of one made the decision to not give someone what they wanted. I just want to be more business, just business decisions that you would make on your own money all the time, every time. And I mean, I can support the study because we have been telling them $230,000 is a ton of money. It's multiple employees for a year. But I think it will help us get a baseline. I just want to make sure that with that baseline, we're making the right decisions.
Well, and I think we have policies where, and Blair's here, we're gonna be
Yeah, we're
updating
gonna
our
update
policies. And we need to have clear expectations, like this is a policy. We are very loosey-goosey on some of these, and I think it's just time to,
And I think
we've slid back from our office appearance. We do not look like a government appearance,
We don't look like an executive appearance.
and just even our dress, we have a dress code. I mean, it's just things that start slipping, and then all of a sudden, we are probably one of the most lax offices or governments that, and we're actually a county government, we're not a privately owned. I don't care what you wear to work, I don't care what your office looks like, I don't care when you roll into work. I just think it's an opportunity this is just one step, just to, and work with Blair. I think Blair's gonna be a key partner,
Yeah, I think having
and HR.
our policies updated, because there again, some of them haven't been updated since 2009.
Because we really are, when you're looking, commissioners don't do a whole lot. We are the liaison between county government and the people, between county government and the employees. So it is our job to really, I guess, take the blame. The blame has got to go somewhere. So people get mad at us, we try to fix the problem. Employees get mad at us, we try to work with what we have. And I think we've been very lax with we've been very blessed with our budget, as rich as it has been. I know Lincoln County, they said, no, we're doing the increase that they want, and the employees will get their increase, and the employees are going to figure out that the increase also comes with your layoff. So you let us know who you want to lay off. You got your increase, so here you go. Because we're not making that decision. We're letting you guys, help us.
Yeah.
Here you go. So I think it is. And bring the county to a higher level.
Well, I can think of a few decisions I'd make today to make us operate better as a county. But those are decisions that should already have been done, in my opinion. And those are executive session topics. But in October, we should have made some of these things. But I don't know. Some things slide, some things don't.
It seems like things go fairly slow as far as getting things done.
Or making changes, or.
Jay Burn's a perfect example on roads, like, I need my road graded, I need this, I need that, and he actually has a little sheet that, what time are we done at?
Or time.
Okay, you check off, and sometimes I think we need that check off.
Oh,
Because the story seems very.
Good morning, it is 11:01 a.m. and we're going to begin our WCRG update with Shane Heston and Blair.
Hi, good morning. I didn't realize you were in a hearing. I wouldn't have.
No, we're in here, we're in
We're in
our,
a conversation period.
Okay, all right.
or we probably should have Blair there, our new team player.
Well, we're having a monthly update on your claims. I'm keeping Blair up to date as you go. We provide these once a month. I pull the claims report once a month, so it's a little updated since then. Kind of the joke that we're just joking about is the fairgrounds fence gets hit about 5 times a year. Got hit yesterday. And so I joke with Jim about that. We're going to have like a little kind of polling board to see when it gets hit again, have a little contest or something. But anyways, we'll get recovery on that likely. But again, it's been hit again. It's just got to.
Well, when the commission put that fence in, well, actually the neighbor thought that everybody would run into their house and they would personally sue us for every, car that went in their direction, but we hit the fence. We would rather have a fence hit than a person hit as they were walking across the road because we didn't have the ability really to have a lot of internal parking.
Fences are definitely weighted.
But yeah, we do have,
It's a lot cheaper to
that
sell
once
cars
a
now.
year, but they had a couple fences, that's what's odd.
Oh my
They
gosh!
had-
Last year I think we counted 3 or 4. Yeah, some we didn't even turn in. They just turned in the other insurance companies. So, yeah.
My concern with that portion of the fence is it's along that campground area. Maybe should look at putting some concrete barriers along in front of that fence.
Yeah, some bollards. That'd be easy.
Because if we had campers there, we have some people that got ran over.
You're right, Kev. Yeah, some ecology blocks or something. Yeah.
I think Tom was thinking about that too yesterday.
I can go talk to Jim and then go look at it too and give a risk management thought.
Yeah, quick fix for that.
Sort of for.
So the other thing I've been working on, so I was at our company meeting in Orlando, and we have what's called a Lloyd's of London syndicate, which allows us to do insurance placement on products that aren't available. And as you know, we've been looking for options to get higher general liability limits. We have 15 million liability limits, but we've been never able to get additional limits on top of that because, a county this size and the lawsuits we've had over the last 5 years, a lot of them have exceeded that. That policy year 2021 has been increasingly concerning. We're going to run out of insurance. So I think we're going to be able to get a solution, and I'll bring a quote to you for an additional 10 million, probably in the next couple of weeks for consideration. But that would give us an additional 10 on top of the 15 for a 25 limit. I was actually really excited to have that. It's not readily available on the open market, but because we have our own Lloyd's syndicate now, we can do that. So it's pretty neat, that kind of instrument of insurance, because that's not something you see in the open market at all. So, all right, let's jump into this year's policy claims data. Blair just informed you that he got claims 1705 closed. That was a several claim. So we have 7 open claims for this year. There's been 10 total reported. We're trailing right around $74,000 right now. You got one there?
Yep, I got one.
Around $74,000. The big one on there, of course, is the jail incident that's been reserved right now, and expecting that one to go up considerably. You notice on the wrongful acts coverage,
I have a question on the death of an inmate.
Yeah.
Is there, since we have a medical, were they involved at all? We do have, who do we hire with? It is
You have like Omni or
NavCare. We have NavCare.
Oh, okay.
Because are they partially responsible?
I don't know who's all been summoned on that. We just notified our group just because it's a.
I believe it was NavCare. We've had NavCare. We just.
So during the discovery phase of that, if that goes into a claim, we'll probably have the opportunity to ask that question, Cindy. So that's a great question. I'll kind of nudge them in that way, kind of finding out. The civil rights violation at the last one, you notice that one goes clear back to 26. Of course, we have an occurrence form, so it kind of, or a claims made form, so it pops up with today's coverage. So that's in litigation. That's been reserved. Those federal civil or federal rights violations claims, once they get approved by the OCR, they get some legs. They just take a while to settle, and they take of course process and lawyer fees and stuff. So I would imagine that one's going to go up a little bit. So far, we're trending okay. I've not seen any significant claims reported for the previous policy years. Either the report, so I'm not gonna give you a report for last year's claims, but I do wanna open up all open claims next. This is the report that gives you a trending report of all open claims for the county. There's 34 open claims right now, actually 33 because we closed that one claim we told you about. So that would be for this policy year, then for the previous policy years. We were talking in the hallway during the work session here that Gorge Amphitheater claim seems concerning to me. My gut's telling me that even though I don't feel like we're at fault, my opinion doesn't matter. The courts are going to hear a set of facts that's going to try to slant it in their favor. But just by the mere fact that we issued a permit, that brings us in the tune of a $15 million lawsuit. I mean,
We actually issued a permit for that pond.
I believe that's the allegation that we've issued a permit for that sump, that pond, that the Grant County Planning and Building Department issued a permit. And that's how they've drug us into it. Which I don't understand how the basis of a legal argument can be brought into this for the fact that you have to have a permit to build something, right? Doesn't mean we sign off on its safety and everything. We're not guaranteeing the safety. We're just guaranteeing that you got a permit and we're going to inspect it. It's this and that, whatever.
Well, I think the fact that they say that we're gonna inspect it, I think they're expecting that we inspected it and approved.
Like more
the safety part of
the
it.
safety of it, which that's not at all true. I mean, if you use that argument, Kevin, think about this. Every permit for a swimming pool in the county, you're gonna allege that it's been built properly. Someone drowns it, you're gonna swim.
Well, typically an irrigation pond, you don't swim in it.
You don't. Yeah.
I
This
don't
was
know
actually
about-
marketed for swimming though.
It was marketed for that, but what was I mean, if the county did give a permit, then what was it?
Did the health district inspect it as a swimming pool? Because the health district would have caught it
Well, that's just
had
it.
it been a swimming pool.
Was it permitted as a
So
swimming
irrigation
facility?
district, the PUD, something to do with the state, us, and then someone else. Of course,
Because our pool filter, I mean, the pool,
yeah, the
our
suction
pool.
Pool
on
filters
the
have to have
bottom,
a special
You
filter.
have to have.
a
if
special
you
cover.
somehow if you're sitting on the bottom of it, it will start pulling it from the skimmer, so you can't stop suction. And that's a swimming pool, so I would assume they would have to have the same
Mhm.
regulations on a pool.
and the new pools don't even have a bottom drain. Like my pool doesn't have it. Mine just has a side. Because of that reason, the whole suction.
So we had to get it tied together, which is a bear when you try to
Yes.
pump it out if it gets air in it one.
Well, the bottom line is if that was made to be a swimming lagoon or pond, there's no way we would have ever agreed to have it the way it was built without a grate over the top of the suction pipe.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you would hope not.
Well, I can't imagine anybody that went
No.
out there to look at it
But-
would even allow that.
Maybe we need an update meeting on
So
what
that,
we know about
that's kind of their legal argument for bringing the county into it. I do know that much. It's probably getting close to the time of getting another update with our litigation kind of crew in here to kind of give you an update with all the litigation. Of course, that's the Ross claim. We've got the Ramos claim, which is the road defect. The Carla Gray claim it's the dog bite. You can see that one's on there, about $1.8 million. That's taking up a lot of space on here. And again, what's concerning about those dates are, this is all in the period of 2021, which is the next report I'm gonna give you. As more activity come into that policy year, you're seeing our limits already at 10 million spent limits. So we've got a little less than $5 million left. That's why I think having an extra 10 million in cushion there would make me feel pretty confident that, we have done everything we can to defend the county from a risk transfer standpoint. But this is all open claims for policy year 2020, or sorry, this is the entire claims report for policy year 2021. There are 3 claims that we're worried about: is the Gray, the Ramos, and then the Ross claim. And of course, the big claim that triggered most of the activity for that policy year is the first one there, the red wine claim number 1296. 6. That's, again, there's only 3 claims that are open, but those are the claims that are problematic. I think the gray claim, we've kind of seen the end of that one, so that one's going to trail out. The Ramos claim, that's going to go back and forth for quite some time. And then, like I said, the Ross claim, it just got moved to King County, and then I recently saw that it moved to Kittitas. Better, way better in King County for sure.
Yep.
So that's it's really unfortunate.
It is an unfortunate situation, and not that I'm a fan of what the Facebook and social media world says, but they obviously felt like the board's had a lot of negligence in that, and they settled for an undisclosed amount. But now, when all of a sudden the PUD and the Grant County and other agencies get nailed for it, the sentiment of the public seems to be that, hey, they're just out there trying to just pan for gold. And fortunately, that costs us all taxpayers more money. So
You just need the taxpayers to realize that they are the ones paying the bill for those.
ultimately, if you run out of insurance, then it's just right out of the coffers. And so
Sometimes you'll see one, and you're like, geez, do people know that, that trip to Barrett Jackson and that vacation and that new house is on compliments the county's money?
Right. We'll have, so one thing about this excess policy that I'm quoting, it will not go back and be retroactive to past years. It's going to be like a start date. Let's say we start at May 1st. It'll go May 1st for this year. And actually what we would do, we're going to try to write an 18-month policy. So we're guaranteed, 6 months of this year and then renewal for next year. So then you kind of are locked in that realm. That's kind of how the angle I'm working that. So I'm estimating that premium to be probably about 10% of the total limit. So probably going to run you about $1 million to get that extra 10. So just to give you an idea for ballpark. But it's an insurance policy designed to give us a financial protection against unknown situations and these nuclear verdicts that are occurring at a rapidly alarming rate. So have you had any updates from the county's group, from the Wasatch, Waco and stuff, from any movement to get some tort reform, maybe some joint and several kind of discussion underway? I know Danny was working on that stuff, but we never really could get anywhere.
I haven't heard of anything like that.
That's all I have for today. You have any questions or comments, requests?
How quick can you make all these go away?
Well,
Just write the check.
Blair's actually done a good job going through them. This is kind of one of the reasons we wanted a risk manager here to kind of go audit the claims, just closing out a bunch of claims that were no longer, needing to be opened. So administratively, our claims count's going down. Aggregately, our numbers are still kind of averaging about the same, and it's really early to tell in this year what the development is. And even for last year's, the total claims of 300 and some thousand, that number is going to increase. Just as we're going to get a claim a couple years down the road. We're really not out of the woods on anything on there until we actually get 3 years past that close date because of the filing statute date.
It looks like on this last one, you got a lot of closed on this one.
Yeah, well, there is. There's only three open. The L claims are litigated. And the only reason I pull that report is just to kind of show you what the total was for that policy year.
Which one was the 1322? I don't remember.
That was the dog. Is that the right one? The dog attack?
The Carly Gray claim.
That was the dog one?
Yeah, that's the dog bite, yes.
And how are we responsible for that one?
We were supposed to have the dog locked up because it was a dangerous marauding dog.
I think it was by the responding out there a couple times.
He hired an attorney. The judge released the dog back to the owner with the intent that it had to be in its dog house or in, basically a house is considered a dog house if that's where the dogs are.
That's right. And if you remember during our legal review we had with our attorneys,
I'm scared to say too much.
well, we read the code and we found out the way our code is written, because you know, it's code that we've adopted from other counties, and the word shall and should is actually hanging us out on that. The should versus shall, if we had to change it to a shall, we probably could argue defense on this whole entire claim. But should implies you will do it. And we, obviously, the failure to enforce our own code. And so that actually has been a discussion all the way back at the whole entire insurance group about asking about that language on just this particular thing. Because it's so often these county codes are, you know, Spokane writes one, then we give it to Lincoln County and Adams County, it just spreads. And then next thing you know, it's everybody's got the same code, and lawyers have found a niche in the armor. And
That's the problem. You have one word.
And that's
in there
exactly
that
what
changes
happened.
everything.
Exactly, the shall and should, yeah. So I like the word should much better than shall. Gives us a little more flexibility, discretionary too. Because not everything is gonna just fit it. I mean, you
That's
got,
crazy too, because it's probably just somebody was writing it, was like, should I use should or shall?
It's like for playgrounds, because I'm a certified playground safety specialist, and you never put required, you put recommended.
recommended. It's always recommended.
Yep.
Because then they'll discover that in depositions and then they'll hang you out on that. I'm sitting hung out on.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. All right, meanwhile, I've just been checking in with the different departments, made quite a few changes and stuff. As Blair's getting implemented in there, I'm making sure he's included in all correspondence, and that's actually been going pretty well. Departments have been very receptive to that. And I talk to almost all your departments on a regular basis, from Renew all the way to, of course, Public Works all the time, and you know, the different divisions and stuff. So happy to just continue that. I'm really excited that Blair's here, kind of keep an eye on things internally and then sorting things out. And he's got a big job ahead of him, as he probably alluded to, going through all.
We're thinking of new jobs for him to be involved in.
Going through all those claims audits and stuff.
I get new job titles every time I see them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're also going to be the Santa Claus for the county's Christmas party.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, cool.
You got a costume.
All right. Well, thank you. That's the update. So I'll be back.
Shane,
I'll be
any
back next.
questions for Shane or Blair?
We're glad to have Blair with us.
I do have one comment. If I get that quote back, I'm gonna try to get on your agenda to get that to you, so you have some time to consider that, because that's gonna be a consideration point. So, all right. Do I need to give these to Barb anywhere, or you already got it?
I already got it.
Okay.
Nope, Barb doesn't take anything anymore. That's
All
on me.
right.
So,
Blair's a new job.
that's my job. She has nothing to do with it now. It's all insurance
Like,
to me.
just give it to Blair.
That's kind of what we thought. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
go on recess until 1 p.m. when we are back with DA Davis and
Jim Nelson.
tax general obligation bond finance.
All right, what in the heck is going on here?
Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. and we are here for the limited tax general obligation bond finance practice rehearsal meeting. We have Jim Nelson online with us.
Good afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon. See you all. Was Mandy going to join us, or she's already online?
She's not online.
Did you get my email, Daryl?
Yes,
She should be joining us.
no reason why it was sent at 9 o'clock last night. So I didn't even look at the email. I was working on all the other emails that came in. Jim.
How you doing, Daryl?
No, I noticed you, I was told about you had sent an email. I go, when? Well, I found out it was 9:26 PM last night.
Oh, yeah. I think I left the office at 10:30 last night.
So I was not prepared to work on those numbers. Because I was working on trying to get you a 10-year thing, and your last comment was very relevant. But it has to be answered by the county, Mandy and Michelle.
Okay.
So where did okay, so I must have been the first pages that were the questions.
And Mandy is online now. I'm promoting her to a panelist.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Caitlin, we may need you to share my document, the draft of the rating presentation. if the commissioners want to see it, or maybe they can pull it up themselves.
Was Brent coming?
He was down as coming.
A lot of paper.
I have it on my iPad, but for some reason, it will not open.
I still have to proof the economic section. I will. No, I signed on with my,
didn't realize you guys were doing it down here.
Oh,
Cindy, I was impressed with the bio statement. You're the longest seated female commissioner in the state of Washington.
Well, now I'm just, you can remove female. I am actually the longest seated commissioner now because the Michael Larchin stepped down in January. So I am currently the longest seated commissioner in the state of Washington.
Are you?
Wow.
Because the commissioner I met from King County has been a commissioner since 1994.
Is he a commissioner? King County, they're not commissioners, they are,
They don't count.
they're
They
not
are council members.
council members.
Council members.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
He's a
you
council
had made
member,
me think on that one.
Yeah.
Well, technicality,
What?
council member versus a commissioner.
Well, I just, Wasack is the one that brought that to my attention.
King County's not in Wasatch, so they don't identify it.
County of Washington.
Well, were they commissioners and they switched over to, weren't they commissioners and they switched over to council members?
Their home rule was over 30
Oh,
plus
it was
years
30
ago.
years. Okay.
Well, he was there.
He was in the. Okay, well, apparently, I am still the longest seated county commissioner, not taking into account the council members.
Yeah, that's great. Congrats.
Thank you.
Okay, which one am I gonna be facing?
So Daryl, you let me know when you want me to start.
Go ahead, go,
Daryl,
are
you
we
can sit
doing?
here if you can see it better.
Are we gonna wait for Brent, or Brent can be adding his, because there's some things that Brent needs to give us encouragement.
Yeah, but Brent will be, he'll be at the, near the end of the presentation, so, if,
Brant is
All right.
online now. I'm promoting him to a panelist.
okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
And I, just to reiterate, so on the introduction, I do not have those numbers in that email that was sent for yesterday, so I don't have the numbers in here, so.
For that one intro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
For number 3, 4. Yeah.
Well, thank you all for taking the time. I'll give you kind of a high level overview, and then I think, in the interest of Brant's time, we'll just jump to the back to the economic section, and then we can all talk about that for maybe 10, 15 minutes. And then if Brant wants to sign off, he can do other things. Is that okay with you, Brant, or do you want to listen to the entire draft rehearsal presentation?
I'd appreciate it. I might stay on and multitask and listen, but yeah, if I drop off, that's fine.
Okay, then I think we've done this before with Brant. So, yeah, so I'm talking so again, for the record, I'm Jim Nelson, bond underwriter to Grant County. This is exciting. As you know, this is the second series of non-voted limited tax general obligation bonds. And the purpose is for funding the jail improvements and the morgue improvements. And so as part of that process, when you do a public bond sale, you have to go before the rating analysts again of Standard & Poor's. Currently, the county's underlying rating is AA-. And so we'll go through this and practice the answers, and then I'll kind of raise issues I think that the rating analysts will bring up. One of the things that's changed since 2022 is just in the last few months, Standard & Poor's has really come down with a new criteria, and some people use the term harsher, but they view cash basis accounting as being not as transparent, and then they have a scoring system. So one way to offset their concern is if you have a 10-year financial forecast, if you talk about an equipment replacement plan, a capital improvement plan, and other things. They want to hear that, you have monthly financial reports to the commissioners, monthly investment reports. So Daryl, I assume that, there's monthly financial and monthly investment reports that are, passed on to the commissioners to keep them informed.
That is correct.
Okay, so that's good.
There's a separate report for our benefits fund, which is a significant dollar amount as well, on top of that. So the auditor's office provides two different types of reports, a financial report and a benefits report to make sure, since we are a what's that word?
Self-insured.
Okay.
Since self-insured county, that would be also a major emphasis of what you have to provide.
And you might say the 4 key factors that a rating analyst focuses on is looking at your economy as far as top 10 employers, top 10 taxpayers, unemployment rate, assessed valuation growth, per capita income, all those factors. Then they look at your financials over the last 5 years, paying particular attention to what we call unrestricted cash as a percent of your annual expenses of the current expense fund. They'll look at how much debt you have outstanding in this new proposed issue. And then they'll look at management as far as you do have a financial management policy. Let's see, I think you have financial audits. Are they completed every year, Daryl?
Yes.
You're on it. Okay. You're on an annual financial audit cycle. That's good. And then, they'll also ask about succession planning. And I was just looking at one page and I hadn't realized until I saw it in the table, but we'll get to it. But it has, if it's correct, it has assessor, auditor, clerk, coroner, prosecuting attorney, sheriff, and treasurer, that all your terms are expiring in 2026. So I think they'll probably ask a question about, succession planning, experience of the support staff, and what the plan is for the respective replacements, whoever is not running for another term.
Hey, Jim, on this form of your elected officials, you need to update the sheriff also.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Who's the sheriff?
Joe Creed.
Okay. I'll do that. Thank you. So with that, I think, any questions so far?
Just on the introduction page, I don't have the numbers. I'll get them filled in and I'll be ready when we actually do the presentation.
Okay, yeah, and I have some of those numbers, so we'll jump back to it. And I think now, Caitlin, if you can fast forward through the draft rating presentation we'll start on page 22. So we have about an hour and a half for the presentation. Usually the last 15 minutes to 20 minutes is to talk about the economy, and usually want to keep it high level and move through this fairly quickly. And Branch has done this before with the county's 2022 bond, with Quincy Valley Medical Center and others. And so I guess, how do you want to start out as far as who would do the overview of the local economy starting on page 22? Who wants to explain that?
I'm happy to do it.
Okay. You're okay with that, commissioners?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay. Then we'll have Brant do the overview, and that's 22, 23, 24, 25. And then, and is Melissa on the line or in the room?
No.
Okay. Well, if Melissa doesn't join us, then someone could talk about the assessed valuation growth on page 26 and what has contributed to that, and then what the outlook is as far as growth in, 2026.
And I can just keep rolling. If she's not on, I'm happy to just
Okay,
plow,
great.
plow through that. And Jim, just before we go too much further, like, I think in the past, I haven't necessarily gone by script here, like, page by page. I've kind of given an overview, highlighting everything in there, but they have this information, right? And
Yeah.
I'm at the end and it gets a little mind numbing. So I'll cover the areas that are in here and to my own words and tweak them a little bit and highlight some stuff. Anyway, I just want to make sure we're clear on that, I guess, or you're all right with that.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
You always do a great job, so appreciate your time.
Or
Page,
emphasis, just provide emphasis on certain bits of data.
Yep.
And a slight expounding of that to sell this county. It's just try to get their focus on the good, really good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, a lot of it's the growth and continued growth that we're seeing and obviously assessed value and employers and those types. Yeah, and our diversity and all that. Yeah, same stuff that we know, but yeah, I'll only hit good stuff.
yeah, you're right on, Daryl. It is somewhat of a sales presentation when you think about it. So yeah, no, this is great. Page 27, you see major employers in the county. Page 28, you see examples of housing currently available within the county. And so I guess if Melissa isn't on the line, then Brant can keep rolling. 29 has just some information from Zillow. Then we get into housing developments on page 30. Again, the rating analysts like to hear all this and, just to see it. I mean, there at the bottom of page 30, you can see the Sunsera Resort.
We didn't get those pages.
Okay, yeah, my pages are a little different than yours.
Oh, really?
We don't have past page 27. We don't have 28. It went straight to the typical rating questions for the next pages after page 27.
I have the regular ones that were sent out.
Yeah, I have them too.
Here you go, Daryl. Here's page 22 on.
Right, but I was just going, okay, well, unless I ran out of printer. My printer must have ran out of paper.
That's okay. I don't have anything in those pages, so.
All right.
Happy to give them up.
Okay, there we are. Okay, I think my page numbers aren't relating the same.
Then page 31, Crescent Ridge Resort, Hayden Homes. 32, the battery technology manufacturing, 1D battery innovation, the gas plant. So I hadn't read it yet, but what's the status on REC?
They're, for all intents and purposes, pretty much shut down. There'll probably be 20 employees left.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I probably won't talk about them.
Don't focus a lot of time on that one.
I won't focus any time on it.
Yeah, only if they ask.
Yep. And I'll paint a rosy picture if they ask.
Should I just remove REC?
If you could, yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Still pay a lot of taxes.
Then we go on to page 36, Air Plant 1. 37, the Moses Lake Commerce Center. 38, SGL Carbon Fiber Plant. 39 is the data center boom.
Okay, a little back up. Okay, so when I was looking at a different page of removing REC, you're also talking about, there was a previous thing previous to 34 that talked about REC. We're removing that, and then we're moving everything from 34, REC, and 35 to take REC completely out of these pages. That's what we
Yep.
mean. taking it
That's
out.
correct.
All right, okay, so now,
Do you not want to talk about the tax settlement they're paying us for a 3-year period?
well, the problem is that settlement's ending next year, and so it's not gonna be, it's
Just
over,
ask.
and based on the condition, will we get paid in December is another question, so I don't wanna project for.
And we do have that, Daryl, in another section under, I think, other revenues collected by the county. So we'll touch on that on the REC settlement.
Okay.
I don't know if the commissioners or Brant want to bring it up, but just from my work in Grant County, I've been impressed on the Microsoft representatives and how supportive they are. And we saw that with the Quincy Valley Medical Center. Is it, I always get the last, is it Lisa Karstead? Karstetter, yeah. So anyway, just a great corporate citizen and supporter of the communities. But I know that, Microsoft has supported the hospital district, the Quincy School District, and others. So they're a great corporate neighbor. Someone might want to bring that up.
I think Vantage is also a great corporate neighbor as well.
Oh, who is that, Cindy?
Vantage.
Okay.
Not aware of Vantage being involved, but I know that Microsoft also is involved, has a heavy appreciation for the arts, and so a lot of different types of arts entity they've provided grants to assist in, and so in my
They were very involved in STEM.
yes, so Microsoft is very broad in their support of the quality of life in Grant County.
Well, Brant, have you heard of Vantage? I've heard from some of the locals that Vantage is locally, they're very involved.
Yeah, I would say Microsoft, Sabre, Vantage, those three are that lead the way as far as engagement locally on all different
Yeah, I
things.
would say Microsoft has reached out because they do help the different school districts, not just in Quincy, but outside of the Quincy.
Yep.
Great. On to page 41, the Sabre Data Center expansion. There's the Vantage Data Centers expansion. 43, Quincy Medical Center. I don't know if it should, no, I think that should be Quincy Valley. We'll make an edit to that. And 44 then talks about Columbia Basin Hospital improvements, Confluence Health.
You probably
45.
should, Jim, you probably should include Samaritan in there too, right? If we're
Big time.
Yeah, I'll
What about Simplot as well? Their big expansion out there off of Road O.
Yep.
Actually, I think Samaritan would be very necessary.
Yes.
Because a new hospital definitely is, you don't just do it unless you have a major support of the community and surrounding people. So I think that is a impressive venture that they took.
Jim, can you get that information from Joe Kunkel or for Samaritan or?
Yeah, I'll try and get it. If not, we can still talk about it, even if it's not in here. But yeah.
Okay, I'll put it in my notes.
Yeah, and I'll talk to our analyst too to see what she can find here in the next day or two. 45 amphitheater, the Gorge Amphitheater. 46 viticulture. So yeah, it all looks really good. And then on 49, last time we had Tom Gaines do the conclusion, and which is similar to the introduction, but that's pretty well the the economy, and then they may have questions, and then you all can jump in and answer those.
So Brent, I have a question for you. This TIF, the Port of Moses Lake done, in a way, that is a huge investment. And of course, it has some negative consequences to the county. But in regards to selling this county, this Port of Moses Lake's TIF, and the area they want to bring a railroad to, is another big expansion opportunity for some huge entities that they were not allowed to disclose. And so I'm asking you, so while we talk about these things, is there any more things you can tell us that can be said to push what that is trying to, what goals that TIF is trying to accomplish?
I could just probably speak to how it opens up, access to rail to a couple thousand industrial acres out at the Port of Moses Lake. Yeah, but there's nothing imminent or they're not building it for a customer right now. So, but I could definitely expand on the fact that, we've got areas that are positioning themselves with infrastructure and available land to continue to grow like we have been.
So yeah, I just think that as another thing, like Samaritan is a major investment in a entire growth of industries for this whole huge area.
Yeah, and I think as we go through this Friday, and I think we've done this before, but if there's a piece you think that's important that I'm missing, feel free to hop in and it probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either for them to get a break from my voice if somebody else wanted to hop in and talk about something that maybe I overlooked or that you think is important. So you won't offend me if I forget something, Daryl, or anybody else that you want to hop in on and expand on.
And in reality, I don't think I can spend much time not saying a word. So I'll be blipping in ever so often. Just try, it's sort of like a reinforcing what you're saying and then doubling down on really showing pride in these situations.
Jim, I'm gonna just point out that the wine industry right now is probably one of the worst producing. I think we had to take out, was it 15,000 acres of wine and 25,000 acres of orchard. It was one or the other. So the wine industry, they don't have a place to bring their grapes to crush them or, to do them. So I don't know if focusing on the wine market right now would be great.
Well, what about this? Focusing on it, you're just saying this is an important integral part of our county's diversity, but not talking about the future growth of it.
Well, they may not know, what the wine industry is doing.
Yeah, but I think our number one, it's the livestock, and then it's maybe tree fruit, and then potatoes.
Well, yeah, it's alfalfa.
It's farming in general.
But yeah, I think, the wine market is in a pretty sad state right now.
The problem with ag is you're gonna always have some that are stable, and then you're gonna have ups and downs of others to match what the market is wanting. So things are gonna go up and down. And it all comes down to weather too.
Yeah, the egg side of it is very volatile.
Yeah, I would say our tree fruit crop, it's just not as.
Hopefully it doesn't ask any questions regarding tariffs. And the potential of tariffs and impacting some major industries in our county.
I don't know. When Genie's doing well, it seems like we're on an upswing.
So is Genie doing better now? Because they went down a little bit in production.
They're busy.
Okay.
And busy.
Because I was here and they were doing, I'm busy now trying to anticipate getting ahead of the tariffs. That they were doing a lot of production right now to get that done and get stuff in to have product ready that's not impacted by it, so. Possibly. Yep, all right, sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. Brand, I guess what would be your answer on the growth you're seeing in Grant County when you think about, coming out of COVID and the growth we saw in the Wenatchee Valley and kind of the migration east? And you've got the data centers. Like, would you say that Grant County is you might say the next one to take off because of available land, low cost of power?
Yeah, I mean, if we're painting a good picture, yes, I'll talk about the diversification. And when I talk about ag, I'll talk about it in general. I won't get into specific. We grow whatever 85 crops or so. I won't get into specifics. Obviously, it's probably not going to be a great year for ag, so it's not something I'll focus on. I can give high level answers to tariffs and I can spin it positively if I need to. So I'm not too worried about stuff like that. So I'll paint a good picture of the growth that we've had and continuing to diversify with technology, with data centers, with clean tech, with food processing. I mean, I'll paint a good picture at a high level. And I've done a few of these now. They don't typically throw too many questions my way.
Yeah.
And I think between all of us on the call, we can give a good answer to any of the questions that they're going to ask. I'm not too concerned about that. But anyway, I'll talk about the positives and the growth we've seen, and we're looking forward to it. We're positioning ourselves for more growth.
Excellent. Okay. Well, does anyone have any other questions or discussion points on the economy?
I was just looking at the core section. It says a 25,000 seat facility. Is it actually only 25,000? Or is it now a bigger capacity, just to be technical? Because I think we've had multiple shows that are over that.
27,500.
Okay, so.
Almost 28,000.
And so then, in the next paragraph, it talks about big acts we had. What were the ages of the group, the people we're selling to? Do we have the right enticing bands?
I think we hit all the demographics.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we're hitting more, throwing in some more recent bands that we've had.
No, they're only having 2 EDM concerts this year. I feel like they're covering more of a broad spectrum down there. And historically, they've done that anyway. So.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll keep moving. Thanks, Brant. If you want to stay on, you're welcome. But if you need to sign off, feel free.
All right, awesome. I'll see everybody Friday.
All right, take care. Now I'm going to jump to I'm repeating myself on the examples of the typical rating questions, and most of this is answered in the rating presentation. Explain the purpose of the bond. Do you have a new revenue or dedicated source to pay for this bond issue? And for the jail portion, the answer is yes. And we'll get to those numbers in a second. Does the county have any other debt plans? Are you planning to issue bonds here in the next few years?
I hope not.
See,
Unknown.
that's the problem. If you talk about a future debt, then that actually will diminish. Doesn't that diminish them? Because we haven't figured, if we incurred a debt, we haven't figured out the resources to pay for it. Yeah, and so.
If you don't have any plans right now, then you could just say, no, we don't foresee issuing any debt in the next few years, and then leave it at that.
So then what happens, just curious, 2 years from now, we decide to bond for a law and justice building project
But we've given this answer where we're not planning on doing it. And then 2 years from now, we have the same crew that we're presenting to. And could the question come up, well, 2 years ago, you said you weren't planning on this and here you are.
Oh, yeah, no, I think it deals more with if you sort of had an active long-term capital improvement plan and you knew for sure that you've got another financing coming up in 2 or 3 years, then you'd want to disclose it. But at this point, if it's sort of a what if scenario and you really don't have any current active plans to be issuing debt, then you can just say that. They understand that circumstances change.
Yeah, our problem is while we have things we'd like to do right now to incur debt, to do them, we don't have a resource to pay the debt available. So that kind of stifles the thinking stifles that wish list right now.
Yeah. Then I just say, yeah, if honestly you don't really have any current debt plans here in the next 2 to 3 years, then just say that. If you do, then, you know, you might say, oh, there's possibility. And they'd say, oh, how much do you think that would be? And then you give them that number. And like, let's say it's, 5 million, 10 million, whatever it is.
30 million.
Yes. So, okay, so I just wanted to make sure we told you you understand what's going on.
Okay. And then do you have any interlocal agreements related to debt where you're sharing in the cost of a debt, say with another entity?
City of Ephrata.
What do you mean?
Well, they just gave us a check for $707,000 and they're processing another check for $727,000 as they get work done through our contractors at the jail to improve their infrastructure.
For water and sewer.
And reclaim piping up to the port.
So that's.
We have an ILA with the city.
Right.
So that they can get some work done through our contractors. And then we're paying for it up front because we have the funding. And then as they go through the bid and pricing process, then if it's all okay by the city and the city council, they'll go ahead with the work and then they pay us back.
So
okay.
That's reimbursement.
Yeah.
But not that in a way that's aren't directly related. Well, the debt's paying for it because it had to be done no matter what. So I don't think it meets his sentence definition.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, essentially it's revenue neutral. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Then you're okay. Do you have any privately placed debt with a bank?
No.
No.
For the county?
Yeah.
No, I believe all our debts have been involved with you.
Okay.
And so then you would have to say who bought them.
Yeah, no, they just like to ask that question because if it's privately placed with the bank, it doesn't go on the public system, what they call MSRB's website. So they always guaranteed they'll ask that question.
No, we don't have it.
And then what's your equipment replacement plan?
Depends on the type of equipment.
Depends on the equipment. I do have a capital forecasting program. Unfortunately, the company we use no longer supports the product, but the product still works through 2035. So I have a capital forecasting plan down to the component level for all of our buildings except Public Works.
Oh, that's a great answer, Tom. Yeah, they'll want to hear that. They might want to see an example of that forecasting plan. Is the county planning to go to the voters in the next few years for any tax increase?
Nope.
No, and
Not that I'm aware of.
We hope not. I think the jail was the largest city of Quincy or the Quincy school district area. They went to the voters.
But that's the metropolitan park you're talking about.
Yeah, the $30 million, $29 million park they're putting in. It'll be quite nice, sports complex.
But for the county,
Yeah, we're
No.
good. We're spin out, Jim, you should know that.
unless there's a sales tax where you're doing for mental health, you know, you have a couple little tidbits of sales tax things you could do to levy, but you guys haven't shown an inkling to do that.
At this point, I don't believe we do.
So then-
Okay. Sounds good. So how are financial changes communicated to the commissioners?
Well, in normal meetings and then monthly financial meetings.
And Daryl
And our
coming in and saying,
annual
hey,
budget.
it's what
And we meet with Daryl, with the treasurer, the auditor, the assessor, and accounting weekly.
Oh, that's good.
No, there's a lot of opportunity to bring up things quicker than monthly.
How do you think the assessed valuation of the county will grow in 2025 and 26?
Well, based on the growth of the Wheeler corridor, it's gonna be a huge increase this year,
Yeah,
for
it should-
next year,
It should be, yes.
right, for new construction.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is building and planning still setting records on applications for commercial and residential properties? I mean,
I think we were down a little bit in February, but I believe that's probably more weather related. It was so wet in February, but I think that, you
We have
know,
been,
March is gonna be really good.
we're doing much better than our neighboring counties and other counties throughout the state.
So we have a strong record of continued growth in residential and commercial building permits.
Yes.
That's good.
Good answer. Have you had any major cybersecurity incidents in the
No.
past year?
Nope.
All right.
STS in the state.
Do you have any new initiatives related to cybersecurity?
We are working on our AI policy. We have just annually updated our incident response plan. We do carry cyber risk insurance. And we are actively engaged in helping our partner counties with their cybersecurity needs.
Excellent. Do you have any formal planning in the areas of natural disaster or drought risk?
Drought risk, well, part of our county has that exposure. But because we're the major beneficiary of the Grand Coulee Dam, with brings irrigation to a large portion of our county, ag isn't as affected. It's just things off wells and stuff like that is always a worry.
As we have a well-oiled emergency management department. As far as continuity of government operations, we are backed up by 24-hour power generation to our county buildings here at the courthouse. And as we repair facilities in the future, we do plan to add that power generation so we continue to have continuity in government in case of a catastrophic event.
Yeah, our emergency management division does have multiple plans for natural disasters as well as tabletop exercises we conduct quite often as well.
Yep, good answer. The rating analysts like to ask, what natural disaster are you most concerned with for your area?
The old Cascadia event.
Some of the events that we've worked on have been issues with disasters with Hanford, as well as the dams breakage with flooding.
Currently, they're tracking earthquakes at Mount Adams.
Yeah.
But the reason we have so many server farms is the affordable power. And also we don't have earthquakes. We have uninterruptible power. We must have one of the more solid power
Stables, yeah.
links
We do.
out there. So
Pretty stable.
In regards to geography.
Interestingly, if you look at a map of the national power grid, it's a really interesting view. The entire East Coast and Midwest is completely covered, and the West Coast is almost empty. But if you look at central Washington State, there's this massive, it looks like we're the only ones with power on the national grid. It's
Interesting.
I just saw that the other day. Jim Cook was showing that.
I'm gonna pull it up here.
Yeah, it's a great point to bring up. Does the county have like a formal plan or policy when you think about climate change?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd have to check with our emergency management.
Well, it depends. Do we need to have one?
Well, they like to ask about it. You know, your call, it's not a key factor for the rating. It's just something to think about. But then sometimes too that there's, I'll get surprised where a customer will say, "Oh yeah, we do," or "This is how we're dealing with it." And then as they describe it, it really is a climate change plan. So I wasn't sure if you've had to come up with anything like that. Yeah, I had one customer actually in the Federal Way area here in Western Washington, and the rating analyst asked about, are you concerned about wildfires in the area of the city of Federal Way, which just kind of made me chuckle inside because it's like, that's a pretty developed area, and but they still ask the question. Okay, with that, I think we'll start going through the rating presentation page by page. We can probably take another 20 minutes and run through it. So we're now, Caitlin, you're doing a great job. Now we're back to the cover. I'll clean up the cover and put in the updated Zoom link. And then, and if you all wouldn't mind signing on maybe about 12:45 on March 21, and then I can answer any last minute questions, or we can all just kind of review the information. And then the two rating analysts, it's Brian Fouvon and Brania Gordon. Brania is located in Chicago. I think Brian's down in San Francisco. They'll come on right at 1:00. And this is on right after the cover page. You all can go around the table and introduce yourselves. And then to kind of break the ice, I'll just have Brian, because he's the lead rating analyst. He's the one who'll be asking all the questions. I'll have him talk about the key factors that they focus on. And then from there, we'll jump to page 1 on the introduction. Then Tom Gaines can lead off. And probably by March 20th, if not sooner, we'll fill in the blanks. But Tom, you could just kind of run through items 1 through 10. And on number 3, like for 2024, strong available current expense fund reserve position of 29.6 million, which is 52.3% of the current expense fund expenditures. The road fund's reserve position is 8.9 million, 46%. So we'll fill that in. The one item I need probably from you, Daryl, is number 4, stable revenue sources with property taxes constituting X% of the 2024 tax revenue, sales tax X%, and other taxes X%, just so that they can see, how diversified your revenue sources are. Number 5, strong pledge of the county current expense fund for the LTGO bonds, plus the share of the new voter approved 0.3% law and justice sales tax.
Is it considered new anymore?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I'll just say plus we'll just say plus the voter approved 0.3% law and justice sales tax. And, later we'll bring up that there's no sunset date on that tax, which is
So keeping that in mind, Jim, sorry to interrupt you. when we talk about that, the strong pledge of the county current expense fund for the bonds, with the voter approved 3 tons of law and justice sales tax, which is averaging about $6 million a year in revenue. Would that be helpful to plug that number in there?
Yeah, that's great.
That's accurate there on average.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's great. 6, from a budgeting standpoint, debt service on the 2025 LTGO bonds and the 2022 LTGO bonds will be largely covered by the county's law and justice sales tax revenue.
As mentioned above.
Is everybody okay with that statement?
I would put as mentioned above at the end of it, right? Because we're just talking about the $6 million.
Is our, okay, what is the 25, the 25, what is it? Okay, wait, okay, never mind, yes. Okay, the answer is yes.
Then number 7, REC has continued to pay Grant County $13.5 million to settle an ongoing tax appeal. REC is paying the settlement in installments over a 7-year period, with the last payment on December 15, 2026.
That is pretty generic and very truthful.
8, experienced management with a history of conservative financial practices. 9, formal reserve policy of 20% of current expense fund expenditures. And 10, low amount of debt representing only 0.75% of assessed valuation, less than 1% of the assessed valuation of the county.
So you did that calculation?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I sent it to you, Daryl, just before. So there's the only thing we're missing on that overlapping is, and I can contact the city of Ephrata and the city of Moses Lake for their outstanding principal balance on their general obligation bonds.
So I need to give you number 3, I need to give you the county road fund reserve position, I guess that's county road balance at the end of 24. And then do the calculation of the budget of the road.
This was 2023.
Okay.
And so I gotta do 3 and 4.
So on page 2, the new estimated combined principal amount of the limited tax general obligation bond for the jail and the morgue is $62,705,000. The plan going forward, receive the rating around April 1st, bond sales scheduled for April 24th to set the final interest rates. And then you would receive your money on May 14th. So you would receive $66 million wired to the county treasurer's account. And then you'd be full speed ahead to spend that money. So with the original issue premium from investors, that's why you can issue $62,705,000 and still receive a construction fund deposit of $60 million for the jail and $6 million for the morgue.
Has the board taken action to create the new morgue fund?
I don't know if we did, if we pulled it out or just kind of left it ear tag.
Because you're gonna create a new one, right?
We have a capital expense right now for, we have 2 lines. We have 500,000 from sitting there, 500,000 from something else.
Yeah, because.
Have a REIT and then a 133.
So yeah, you want to be transferring those monies into this new fund.
So, yeah.
So if we turn to page 3, we can see the highlight. As of December 31, 2024, the fund is holding approximately, and Daryl, I see I got an extra 0 there. What's the balance you currently have related to the jail project, the law and justice monies that you've collected? Thought I heard you say 12 million earlier.
Okay, so you're wanting what is the one, so not the construction fund, but you're just wanting that And you want that as well, you're saying December 31st, so I think I'll do that number. All right, so I'll go get you that number.
Okay. Yeah, basically the cash you've had, from, collecting that law and justice sales tax. And then Tom, about blank million has been spent to date on the jail project. What's your guesstimate?
Well, I can tell you exactly what it was. I just don't know if I have the correct spreadsheet up in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be the beginning balance.
Yeah, and you could follow up after this meeting.
55 million.
Okay.
Almost 56 million.
All right, we'll say approximately, about 56 million has been spent to date on the project.
Correct.
Good. And then getting 60 million on, sorry, I gotta go back a page. On May 14, that still works out okay for the schedule?
It does.
Okay. Page 4 goes back, the last time I talked with you all. This is a schedule that Daryl had come up with in the middle on page 4. It shows the adjustment to the principal amount there in 2028. That was lowered to, sorry, I gotta sort of kink your neck there to see it. That was lowered to 350,000, and it was lowered by 365,000. Then the 365 was moved down to 2033, and then you see that amount there in the middle, principal amount at 1,275,000. And so that totals up to 57,160,000 to fund a construction fund deposit to the jail of 60 million. And that's financed over 35 and a half years. So you'll probably get the question when you go to the right there and see those deficits in 2026 to 2030, how will the county pay for that? And to simplify the numbers, I just made the equipment replacement fund deduction of 100,000 a year. I just moved that out of 2030 and started it in 2031 so that we're not showing a deficit of 205,000. Instead, it's just 105,000. But I guess you should prepare it on how you're going to answer that. And I know from earlier discussions, you have other revenues coming in from the county that can cover that. You do have, cash that which I think is approximately 12 million that, in a sense, you could do an interfund loan on to cover that. So you're more than covering everything. It's just sort of a cash flow timing issue.
Yeah, what we're doing is, okay, and actually the amount is over $13 million that we had at the end of December 24. What we are planning to do with those negative amounts is just take it out of that fund that has the 13 million to cover the shortage for each of those years. To be well, it's already the revenue source, but so we're taking the money out of the same place that the other money is being used to pay debt. It's just, that'll just be the years where we tap into the reserves of that fund to pay the difference for that time period.
Got it. And it's just interesting on this worksheet when you look at the cash flow. And after 2031, you begin to see the surplus amounts that really grow. And so I wouldn't say it this way to the rating analyst, but it's nice. It's a nice challenge, or you might say a problem, to deal with in the future. One is you'll have more than enough money covering everything. And then, you could consider at some point, depending on how sales tax revenue is growing and all those things, whether you wanted to pay down the debt earlier. But especially in that yellow surplus remaining for operating cost purposes after 2031, there's some nice size numbers there. Any comments from the group?
Nope, we're just, unless interest rates are a little better than what we have, we'll see.
Yeah. Page 5 is showing the schedule you selected for funding the morgue project for $6 million financed over about 10.6 years.
Thank you, Jim, for sending us the information on our current debt payments.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting to see. I needed to update that anyway to stay on top of it. So yeah, thank you all for requesting it. So now we're back to page 6. So back to you, Tom, talking about location of the county. Page 7, I figured you could lead off, Rob, and talk about the government organization, how well elected officials and staff work together. And then, yeah, I think be prepared on page 7 where they might ask about succession planning, and it's just unique to see everybody's term expiring the same year. On page 8, then for everyone around the table, you could briefly talk about your backgrounds, bios, and then we're on to page 10, county facilities, Tom Gaines. And I think, Tom, again, you could keep this high level. You certainly don't have to read it sentence by sentence, but you could just give them the high level. And usually, what I find is people describe it and say, oh, do you have any questions on page 10? And 9 times out of 10, they'll say no, and then you're on to the next page. I think one good rule of thumb is, each page can be accomplished in 1 minute or less. That way it sort of keeps us on track with everything. Page 11, I figured, Tom, you could keep going on county employment and employee relations. We've got that filled in, so thanks again. I think the one question you're going to get is on the expiration date of contracts, they all expired on December 31, 2025. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, so they'll probably ask, what's the situation on negotiations on, renewing new contracts? When do you think that'll happen, and what would be the new?
They're already negotiating those.
Okay. And what do you think the new expiration dates will be?
I think they're all 1 year. Are they 1 or 2 year?
I would love to see 2 or 3 year, but I think they're all 1 year.
I think the sheriff's is the longest one.
Yeah. What, do you know what yours is? 2 years?
2 years.
Yeah.
But we,
Well, right now, I think you want to stick to 1 year. We need to see how this year shakes out.
And very quickly, before you move on, Jim, I'm going to go back to page 10 at the very bottom. As I do kind of a 30,000 foot view, ask them if they want any questions. Would it be good on our fairgrounds to highlight the population that we see in the 4 days of our county fair and the strong 4-H commitment we have from everybody in the county and the constituents?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
So, and the amount of events we have.
Yeah, the number of events we have and that we continue to draw events away from other states.
Yep, no, great. Page 12. So we'll fill in those numbers on the top half. Right now, the county's direct debt to assessed valuation is 0.75%. And as mentioned earlier, we'll get the outstanding principal amount of general obligation bonds for Moses Lake and Ephrata and add that to Daryl's table. Daryl, you can see the bottom half of page 12. I've got the debt capacity filled in. So after the issuance of the jail plus the morgue bond financing, the county will have a remaining non-voted debt capacity of about 157 million. And then you could see with voter approval, it's 367 million. So after the issuance of the jail morgue bond, the county will have outstanding approximately 158,059,000 in debt. But you have the 2015 bonds will be paid off in 2 years. Then you can see 2017 bonds, they mature on December 1st, 2030. And so you've got some other debt that's kind of rolling off and maturing. Of course, the 2022 bonds that were issued a few years ago, those mature on December 1st, 2057. And the whole idea on the jail financing was to finance it longer, spread those payments out so it's less pressure on the current expense fund. And then after 10 years, you can kind of reevaluate everything and go, okay, do we want to, prepay the bonds or pay off a portion of the bonds early? And if you did decide to do that, we'll certainly help you. Usually you want to start at the bottom of the schedule and work your way up. So essentially, if you finance over 35 years, then maybe you're prepaying the last 5 years and turning that 35-year financing into a 30-year financing. Page 13, you see the combined outstanding debt of all those bonds I just described, plus this 2025 bond. And then you can see the total debt service payments on the right. And again, I can jump in and help with the answer, but it's those debt service payments are being covered by, I forgot, do you call it the current expense fund or the general fund?
Current expense, normally what we refer to.
Okay. So, covered by the current expense fund, law and justice sales tax, the MAC 911 sales tax, and other revenues.
RE 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Which is the real estate excise tax.
Yep.
That's what each pay. So we have a lot of different revenue sources to pay on these debts. Plus, we're looking at the SIP distressed county monies, but that's just that's under your other. So we have actually like 5 different resources that we're jumping on for the payment of these debts.
Yeah, that's great. Page 14, Daryl, you can talk about the major property taxpayers. They might ask, so when you look at your top 10, it's a little bit higher compared to other municipalities when you look at, say, 24.5%. And if it was somebody other than Microsoft, that their question would be, oh, well, what happens if Microsoft moves out of the area? But I don't think that's going to happen when you look at what they've invested in the area. But anyway, those are the kind of questions the rating analysts will ask.
Well, actually, if they were to move out of the area, you have a backlog of other industry users that would move right in.
Okay. Oh, great answer, Cindy. Yep. And you may want to just be proactive and and say that to them, like, oh, you might ask, what would happen if Microsoft moved out of the area, and then to describe it that way.
Well, it's sort of like a PUD answer. If the PUD is part of this group, is if a major user of energy goes down like REC, they got such a demand for power from new entities and current entities that they're ready to grab it up. And so it's not where the PUD gets harmed at all. And that's another angle, as well as that the PUD as well, it's not just the county doing these expansions, it's the PUD that's also growing as well and looking at new facilities to be able to address future growth. So it's almost like the PUD is a big proponent of seeing huge growth happening in the county as well as reinforcement.
Yep, great. Yeah, be sure to bring that up. I made a note. If you don't, then I'll just ask you in front of the analysts. Bottom of page 14, you can see the current expense fund, tax collections looks strong. Page 15, diversity of tax revenues. So is Mandy on the line? I'm not, who should handle that?
Mandy is right here.
Okay, hi Mandy. Do you want to handle that? Just talk about the diversity of the tax revenues and then just kind of describe the various ones. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll just, draw their attention. They'll look over and see if there's any major swings in the numbers. But it all looks pretty steady.
Well, I think I should take this section.
Okay, you want to take that, Daryl?
This is the past. So we're talking about the past of our growth in all these different categories. This would be, since I'm the one that generates or does the projections for almost all of them. I generate the revenue projections for all these revenues. I'd probably be the one that should be talking about why my projections versus what I expect in the future.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, page 16. Again, I think you can keep rolling, Daryl, and just high level local sales and use tax distribution, the law and justice sales tax. We've got underlined there in bold, there's no expiration date. You've got the criminal justice sales tax distributions. On the top of page 17, do you mind if on that emergency communication system and facilities sales and use tax, that's for MAC, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you mind if I put in emergency 911 communication system?
It's easier to know exactly what this means when you do that.
Okay. Yeah, and then maybe I'll put a reference to MAC. That way it ties in that the MAC related debt is being paid from that fund. So on the rural county tax distribution, I was a little confused because it says the tax is scheduled to expire in September 2023. But Daryl, you were saying you're still collecting it?
We're still receiving it.
Okay.
If there was an expiration, I believe that was taken away by the legislature. Well, it had to be. And I don't remember the county treasurers or anyone, this Commissioners Association, talking about a new fixed date. I think that.
Yeah, I think a sunset must have been probably in 2013. They had a sunset, and they obviously renewed it. And I didn't know there was another sunset on
Right.
that.
And the problem is so many entities are tapping that money to pay debt. And so they incur debt based on the receiving of that money. So there's a lot of pressure. If they try to sunset it, that you have a lot of counties that be putting a lot of pressure to not do that because of so much, that being the main revenue source to pay certain types of debt. We also are doing that as well.
Okay. If you're okay, do you mind if I just delete that sentence where it says it's scheduled to expire September 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Page 18, you're still covering it, Daryl. Historical taxable retail sales. And then we get to page 19. So I think you're working on this with Mandy, Daryl. Everything looks good, audited 2019 through 2023. And then I think in the next day or so, Daryl and Mandy will coordinate on what the unreserved, unassigned amount is, and then the budget 2025. Just to let you know, in the world of unrestricted cash, as far as a rating analyst is concerned, that the labels that go into it would be assigned, unassigned, and unreserved. Those are all considered unrestricted. In a worst case scenario, they can be used to, pay debt. And reserved or restricted is commonly thought of as like grant proceeds, bond proceeds. So we want to make sure the county's not underselling themselves. But anyway, it looks like, if the number's correct, on unaudited 2024 at the bottom, you have, unreserved, unassigned, say unrestricted at 29.6 million. Does that sound about right, Daryl?
So Jim, can I get a clarification on that? Because by your definition, then everything would be unreserved because our grant proceeds are done on a reimbursement basis. So we're mostly we don't carry anything in our fund balance for restricted for grant activity. And then I don't think we've had any bond proceeds go through our current expense.
Okay. So does that I guess match up with what I'm saying, is that the 29.6 million then would be unreserved, unrestricted?
Well, the process to create restricted reserves is a cumulative reserve fund in state law, which then you have to create a separate fund and take the money out and put it in that fund. So if we have not moved money out of the fund, then we haven't created a restricted part of this money. We haven't done anything to make it restrictive at all, except for just balancing budgets.
Yeah. And what happens sometimes as a matter of practice, or whether it's a county or a special district, they'll say, oh, our practice is that it's reserved or restricted, but then it needs commissioner approval to be used for other things, which is fine. Years ago, one fire chief, I said to him, do you have any other reserve funds, cash amounts? And he said, oh yeah, we've got all sorts of them. I said, well, then we should show it during the rating presentation, because if you don't, you might say underselling yourself. And so, but anyway, it's been confusing at times because the state auditor's office changed those labels. So again, anything that falls under, quote, assigned, unassigned, unreserved is considered unrestricted. And the only one that's considered restricted would be something that's reserved. And typically the ones that are reserved or restricted are grant proceeds, bond proceeds, maybe it's, like CARES money or, COVID related monies, but everything else is considered unrestricted. Then it goes into this, taking that total unrestricted amount, dividing it over the expenses. And ideally, the rating analysts want to see that cash as a percent of your expenses is 25% or greater. Your policy says 20% or greater. And then you can see in 2024, you're at 52%. So it's interesting when you look at the range 2019 to 2024, you see 33%, 41%, 36%. you did the rating presentation in 2022. That was about 41%. Now you're doing another one, 2025, and you're showing, for 2024, you're showing 52%. For budget 2025, you're showing like 38%. So anyway, as you update those numbers, a lot of times I'll hear municipalities talk about conservative budgeting in 2025. If the percentage is lower.
I'd like to ask, on page 18, you have through Q2 of 24. Why stop there? On the historical taxable.
Because State Department of Revenue is always, no offense to them, but their information comes in later than expected.
Okay, all right.
Did that answer the question, Mandy?
Yes, and so for our purposes, 100% would be unreserved.
Okay, excellent.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, Jim, you had posed a question, and I think this is the reason, the answer regarding general government large increase from 24 to 25. That last email. Well, the big reason why we have such an increase in our reserve going up to 29 million is because we had a lot of budget not expended. The majority of that increase from 21 million on a reserve to 29 was because of the unspent monies in the general government. And so this 32 million is just a normal progression based on the belief that more employee positions were going to be filled. So this year, so that's why there's an increase from 24.
So do you think you'd really be spending on budget 2025 general government expenditures? Do you think you'd really be spending, say, 32.4 million, or is that just a high budgeting number?
That's what's budgeted, but will all those positions be filled? Is highly unlikely.
Okay.
But we budgeted for 100% filled, and knowing that in reality we're probably not going to be spending that much. It's not spending that in that category to its maximum.
Okay. Do you have a sense on what you think it would be? Like, would it be more like 30 million, 28 million?
Well, a big part of that's the sheriff's office and all the positions they're filling. So I asked Joe, how's it going?
We're still short.
And these are, I think the assumption of this money was that they were starting on day one of January 1st. So we already knew we were over budgeting that number, but we didn't make a change to it. In fact, that would impact future. But no, our goal is that starting next year, we'd have a much higher base level for employees.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I can talk more with you. Ideally, like if you and Mandy could figure out that it's gonna be a lower number than 32 million, then the rating analysts will get a little concerned that your excess revenue expenditures is at a deficit of 3.8 million. And
we intentionally budgeted to go into our fund reserves by 3.8 million because we have that minimum fund balance rule and couldn't carry over a fund balance that was higher than some percentage of our property tax.
Yeah.
We had such an overage last year.
We have this law that somehow only impacts Grant County because where we have more cash reserves than is allowed by state law to carry over. So we have to do things to spend that money or move it to another fund. But we also had some major normal expenditure increases for this year as well. So we're just, what I believed what was the intent is that we had to put down an exact budget and not what we think what it should be right now. So is that budget line of 25 what we truly budgeted for? Or are we allowed to make alterations to that?
Yeah. Okay. Well, think about that. The other one that'll come up is for budget 2025, the line item under revenues, other financing sources, 2,060,000. Then you go down to other increases in fund resources and you see transfers in 2,060,000. What is that?
Well, that's the thing that me and Mandy's going back and forth on. But I was just thinking of another explanation. This is sort of the decisions of revenues coming in and revenues going out of the current expense fund if there's extra monies that we need to expend. And so we have all zeros there because it's so dependent on where we're at cash position wise if we want to transfer money out to another location. So it's tough to answer that. You can't use historical trends for that section that has all zeros. And so that's where we're stuck on trying to figure out what do we put there or just explain it, that these are the future decisions of commissioners depending on their desires for how much carryover reserve we want to go into the following year. So I don't know which is the best direction to go with those numbers.
Yeah, the rating analysts are going to ask it because on revenues, other financing sources, you can see all those zeros. Then 2024, 95,983, and then it jumps up. So they'll probably, you should anticipate that. They'll probably say, so what are, quote, other financing sources in 2024 and 25? Can you explain it? And then they'll go down and they'll see under other increases in the fund resources, they'll see transfers in 2024, 6,918, and then they'll see the 2,060,000.
So those, oh, sorry, Jim, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh,
those numbers change each year. They're not based on anything that consistently happens. The transfers out of 5 million netted against what we expect to transfer in to subsidize operations, the largest being 2 million coming from 117 to support wages in the sheriff's office for the jails. And then the 5, and so that's why it's a $2 million difference between the transfers out and the transfers in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so would it be better though, Daryl's question is, should we project out in zero for those because we truly don't know, or should we project out an average for those extraordinary items?
Because the reality is it's an individual decision on an annual basis and has nothing to do with the trend of, it has no normal trend. So it's almost, to put in a trend makes it where we, to me, is more lying about it because each year is unique and can be practically nothing or could be something, depending on the decisions by the commissioners of what they want to do for that next year's budget. So I just had a hard time deciding on what kind of trend do you do when it's so individualistic of that decision. And I don't know if it's better to explain it than to fake numbers.
Yeah, I'll have to leave it up to you. But I just wanted to alert you that I think that'll be a likely question.
Yeah, because if the county's, if the county is doing better than projected on revenues, then there may be more decisions to spend some of it in the next budget year. If the county revenues are not meeting what our targets were, there'd be hardly any expenditures out of the fund, and you may have some transfer from other funds. So that's the problem is that's where you get into each year of how we do those two sections. And it's based on success or not success in the goals that we set of a carryover balance.
I mean, you're still in fine shape. You look at, go to the very bottom for 2022-23. You see, 20.8 million, 21.7 million, and then jumps up 2024 at 29.6, and then 26.2. So, yeah, you're still in great shape. But anyway, you just think about that. Page 20, we get to the road fund. That all looks good. So then my question for Mandy and Daryl, is that road fund money truly restricted or not?
It can only be used for county roads. I mean,
Okay.
we can't transfer it
There is
out.
nothing more restrictive to use that money with. To put in another reserve fund is just paying for the same thing.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
You do the, don't they call it a?
We could do a loan, but we would have to pay interest on it.
To do an interfund loan.
No, there's a big difference between current expense and county road. Because county road is restricted in itself. On current expense, you can do it for many different things that have nothing.
Okay.
Counties do it for things that I would have never thought they should have done.
Does the county ever do like a levy shift from the road fund to the current expense fund?
We have never done one, and the county's proud that I've not done that one, especially with the number of road miles we have in this county. This road we have in this county sure suggests that that would have been something to ponder. But, well, actually, no, it's opposite.
We have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, actually.
Does anyone else have anything for Jim? Jim, I just want to let you know Melissa McKnight did make it midway through, so.
Oh, how you doing, Melissa?
Sorry, I can't be in 2 meetings at the same time.
Yeah. Are you available on the 21st at 1:00 for the formal rating presentation?
I certainly can be. I was planning on not being here, but I will come in just for the meeting.
But you can call them, there's a WebEx.
Okay, then we'll have you cover page 28, talking about the housing, and then also page 26 on assessed value growth.
I'll look at mine.
I've read it through very thoroughly today.
Correct.
Yeah, she's the appropriate person to talk about the assessed valuation growth and what we're thinking may happen on new construction this year, if it's going the way it's going.
Wow, we finished exactly on schedule.
Perfect.
Okay, yes. Jim, you're like that. You're the best.
All right, I'll work on my numbers and get them to you.
Well, thank you for your time.
Great. No, thank you, Jim.
All right, have a good afternoon.
We'll see you Friday.
See you Friday. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Daryl.
I thought it was Thursday, so now I got one more day.
It's Friday. 9 p.m.
What?
We're just gonna stay online for the
Well, that's
second.
on my calendar, 11 o'clock, whatever time they put in there.
I think it's that one.
No, it's 1, but for some reason it popped up on my calendar.
All right, good afternoon. It is 2:30 p.m. and we are here for our weekly consent agenda. I will now call the meeting to order and begin with an open forum for citizen input, 3 minutes per person, 15-minute time limit. Jerome, you're welcome to come to the table, state your name and residence.
Jerome Moyers, Moses Lake, Washington. I'd like to talk a little bit about your salary survey you're considering doing. I went through 2 or 3 of those while I was employed with Grant County. I think I can state that you're going to find out that a minor part of your employees are overpaid by 5 to 10%. And then somewhere between 25 and 40% are underpaid by 10 to 30%. In the end, you're not going to be able to afford what the recommendations are, and you're going to just piss off everybody. So that's my comments on your salary survey. I think Cindy's been through it a couple times, at least
I think
once.
really just once, that we
Once.
did a full
Yeah.
countywide survey.
And in light of current economics, what's happening in all of the United States, it may be prudent not to even start one. Just accept they're gonna be pissed off because you're not doing it.
I appreciate your honesty.
Thank you.
Jerome, if we're not in
Jerome.
trouble, if people are not mad at us, we are not doing our job.
I know.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments in the room? Okay, come to the table. You'll just state your name.
My name's Megan Diamond. I'm from Ephrata. I'm here today because this county has spent nearly a decade ignoring its legal obligations, enabling abuse of power, and refusing to engage in the interactive process required under the Americans with Disabilities Act. I applied for reasonable accommodations in court 13 times over 18 months before I was finally appointed counsel. The moment I had representation, my ex-husband dropped his third modification request and returned the children to me, then fired his attorney and the county took away mine. That was no coincidence, that was deliberate. This county has gone to extraordinary lengths to deny my rights instead of fulfilling its legal duties under the ADA. Deliberate indifference and abuse of power. The law is clear. Government agencies are required to accommodate people with disabilities. They are required to engage in an interactive process. The county refuses to do either. Instead, my disability has been used as a weapon against me. In 2017, my confidential mental health records were illegally released to my ex-husband's divorce attorney without my consent and against my objections. I did not discover this until 2023. This is a HIPAA violation already admitted by Renew, and yet no one has been held accountable. In 2018, my home was SWAT teamed, not once, but 3 times, in front of my son and my elderly mother and my neighbors. No probable cause, no justification, just a show of force designed to intimidate me. In 2019, my ex-husband testified under oath that he had me arrested twice on purpose to win in our civil case. The same day, an Ephrata police sergeant admitted to violating policy because it was me. The judge who heard that testimony did nothing. The prosecutor who heard it did nothing. No one stopped it, no one intervened. The system protected itself while I was wrongly jailed. In 2021, I was jailed for 10 days in solitary confinement under COVID restrictions, enduring raw sewage, constant noise, and rotten food, despite the fact that I had no criminal record. It was a punishment, not justice. This county has had every opportunity to stop this harm and instead has participated in it. A $500,000 cover-up. This isn't just about me. This is about a system that protects itself while disregarding your tax dollars and the people it is supposed to serve. My public defender estimated that the county wasted over $500,000 in legal and law enforcement resources to help my ex-husband before my appeal and third wrongful arrest. How much more has been spent since? The county has created a mental health court 1 month after my case was dismissed, so you know there's a problem. The county has refused to respond to these failures, and it would rather pretend they didn't happen. I am here for answers. The ADA is not optional. Due process is not optional. Accountability is not optional. I'm demanding an independent investigation into this county's ADA violations and legal abuses. A written response from this commission regarding its failure to engage in an interactive process with me. A plan for clear reform, because what happened to me should never have happened to anybody else. For 9 years, this county has ignored me. I'm not going away. I expect a real response, and I will keep coming back until I get one. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin, I don't see anyone else in the room. Is there any more public comment?
There is.
We have one online.
Yes, I don't have the ability to give them. Megan, did you sign in? Is there a way to contact you? I think we have your email address. We have your email address. I can take it. Yeah.
Are you running this upstairs?
I can if you want me to.
Oh,
No,
no, I'm
sorry,
talking
no,
to
no,
Caitlin.
something else, sorry.
I am logged in upstairs.
I'm not able to unmute Cammie. Cammie has never taken the opportunity for public comment, but yeah, you're going to probably have to.
Okay. Can't
Yeah, I can't
raise her
do it.
hand or notify us if she wants to.
She can raise her hand.
Oh, she can.
Yes.
Let's see if she wants to participate. But Megan, I have your number right here, so.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tammy, if you have any public comment for the commissioners, can you please raise your hand on the app? As long as they're on Zoom. Okay.
Is that the only public?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda.
Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes to approve the agenda. Do we have any correspondence, emails, or letters of support?
Yes, we got an email from Rochelle Bowman. Somebody from it's from the producers of Washington Grown, which they do podcasts and little like YouTube videos and everything. They're wanting to do a segment featuring Grant County. They would like to conduct an on-camera interview to highlight tourism in our area. Rochelle said, given the subject matter, she thought it might be a perfect chance for one of the commissioners to participate and share insights about what makes Grant County a special place to visit. They have not confirmed timing yet. They're reaching out to see about interest, if one of the commissioners would like to do it. Is that something any of you would like to consider?
Yeah, depending on time and date, probably any of us.
Yeah. One or all of us could.
I will let her know. And then this is a miscellaneous item. So that's all I have for correspondence then.
Okay. Any roundtable items to be discussed, commissioners?
We've already done that.
I think we
Run
move
over
on.
the agenda.
And then I do have a question for the sheriff. I printed this off. It looks like the first year, the investment range, it's 45,000, but then there's another one that.
Oh, is that
says-
for Gallup?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. And then another one that says 15,000 and 12,000. So is the first year, is it the additional things that are added, is it actually 45 to 47,600?
Chuck, do you know that?
Yeah, so thank you. Those are kind of different options that Gallup offers. There's kind of a three-step one. The 45,000 is kind of the exclusive model that they sell. We don't necessarily need the exclusive model that they sell, so we went with the cheapest one at $15,000.
Okay. Thank you. $15,000 for the first year, and then 12,000, almost like 12,600 the following year.
And were the two walk-on items just public works? It's the county engineer one and then the,
MOU and the resolution.
yeah.
I have the signed
Here's
MOU.
those two items.
Signed
Cindy,
resolution.
you probably saw it.
Yes, I have the signed ones. There's two that Rob will sign. And then I just want to put it out there that Shiloh had emailed me asking if she could update the resolution because there was a section where it had said full-time and they're wanting to change it to part-time. But I think that when they read it, I think that maybe they just read something incorrectly because the final section there before the now therefore be it your eye. That final section does say that Dave Bren would be the part-time interim. The section that they were trying to change was in like third whereas, where it was referencing the previous resolution.
Correct.
So she had sent over the amended one. I responded asking if she was fine leaving, if they were fine leaving the original or just taking out the verbiage, and she did not respond. So I'm just gonna go with the original one.
It's accurate as it is now.
Yes, yep.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Any other roundtable items for anyone in the room?
got a quote on the challenge coins, and I just need commissioners' advice on how many you would like. The mold is only active for 3 years, so the mold has expired for it. We'll just have to pay a new mold fee unless you guys want to buy somewhere between 300 and 750. So for price points, if you're getting like 50 to 100, it's $10.96 a piece plus the $240 mold fee plus $100 less than minimum fee. 100 to 199 is $820 a piece. 200 to 299 is $781 a piece.
It's like 500.
500, okay, $682 a piece, and they would waive the mold fee for that.
Joey, what do you pay on your coins?
It depends on what the amount we
In
get.
Tri-Cities, that's quite a lot less than $7, isn't there?
We use Symbol Arts, is who we use.
We use the guy at Tri-Cities.
We've used both. It just kind of depends on what kind of coin you're getting. So the design and then the type, like I don't do one every year. I don't put a year on mine because then you have to order them every year. And you pay that mold fee every year.
And
So
Grant counties are just Grant County commissioners.
We actually don't pay them, we have to run it through tourism because we don't have a budget that.
Fun fact, we actually are getting refunded the $700 from tech services.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
So we're not over budget on office supplies.
Oh, for our
kids.
Our room kits.
Yeah, we should just look at it. Just give each of us that sheet and then we can go from there.
Okay.
Commissioners, anything for roundtable?
Thank you for looking that up, that value.
Going over consent agenda, we had, well, my recommendation to pull items 6 through 8, just for Caitlin and I not communicating well.
Okay, just a minute. So 6 through 8, you want to pull those?
Yeah. For now. And then I had the comp study is in here also. Do we want to discuss that at all?
Number 13.
Yeah, I don't know what number it is. Yeah, 13.
County comprehensive study. If we do pull it, I recommend if we pull it, or if we don't, if we need to meet with our elected officials and department heads, so we have a clear understanding of what it entails.
I would agree with that.
Do we want to look at making a decision to hold it now or to?
Well, I'm in favor of moving forward on it, just because I'm just being transparent. We promised our group that we would move forward on it. It's taken 18 months, 2 years. We finally have it, and I'm not the one. I don't want to be the one that said, and we put money in the budget. This is the second year we put money in the budget to move forward and do the study. For a full-on schedule, I want to say it was 2009, 2010, when we did, Leroy Allison was still here when we did the full sour review. So I think we've just kind of been patchworking things.
I'll leave that up to you guys, because I wasn't part of that budget proposal. So I'm not gonna weigh in on that.
Yeah, I struggle because there's times that I support the idea and then there were a lot of times where I wasn't for it. I thought the new HR group did a great job on how they've kept up with wage comparisons. We did have like I don't know how long, 2 years maybe, where things were super slow. I don't really feel like that's how it is operating anymore. It'd be nice to get the baseline. I mean, we have some department heads. I mean, Dave, you're leaving soon. You guys did a kind of a total overhaul of your program without doing this. I mean, what is your thoughts on doing a full compensation study at $230,000?
Well, one element to that is the road fund is separate. Public Works road fund is separate. So how it should be looked at is different. And what I'm concerned about is in my area, for example, our engineering technicians are paid way under. Actually, what you brought up a few minutes ago, there's some that are high, some that are low, but in this area, engineering, we're really low, unfortunately. It's making it very difficult for our area. So thinking about for public works and the road fund, if it would be really good for us. But I hear what you're saying. Do we actually have the budget to be able to do it? So we're setting ourselves.
Sustainable budget.
We're setting ourselves up, at least in the short term, maybe in the long term, but we're setting ourselves up for an issue when we do it, because obviously we may not be able to provide for it. I would say in our area, we could. So for example, in engineering, we are grant funded. I have several staff members that are almost 100% grant funded. So it shouldn't be an issue for that. And in the road fund, it's just a different animal than the general fund. So if we did it or didn't do it, we still need to think about evaluating this area separately from the general fund area.
Well, I think your public works would be comparable to the other public works. Yeah, divisions throughout. I think we have 8 counties. Jerome?
When they've been done before and they found that Public Works was underpaid, the constant reply from the commissioners is, well, we can't give them a raise because we can't give the other ones a raise, even though there's 2 different funding sources. And that creates a lot of issues also. I just want to bring that to your attention.
So
historically,
in the past, there has been separation though, where we could have separate funding levels, if you will, for staff in the public works area, just because it has a separate fund. It has separate revenue, if you will, and it's heavily grant funded as well.
Well, I think with the outside of current expense, so I'm going to say like renew, a clerk in renew and a clerk in public works, you're basically doing not the same duties, but a lot of the like duties, they should be comparable. I don't know why a clerk, because they have a different funding source in public works or renew, should get paid more than a clerk in the county. But I do, in the county within current expense, we don't have engineers. So your engineers, would be based, I would hope that as commissioners, we were fair about that and we looked at, but there's also, we have to keep things kind of equal within.
So exactly, similar work types, I totally get it, but dissimilar, we may need to reevaluate
I do
that.
believe there's.
Like our heavy equipment operators, for example. What we did, I think, was a good patch by starting the apprenticeship program and a career path, heavy equipment operator 1 through 5. But the engineering side needs to be updated as well.
I think it's a lot more expensive than just somebody's pay. We're talking about a complete review of the entire structure bench, that process, all of the job descriptions and how they fit with each other. Is that correct? So it's more than it, to your point exactly, it's looking at all of those metrics to figure out how to make that fair across the board. So it's not just about somebody's paid or not paid. But I think the most important aspect of this, if you go forward with it, is just the way that elected officials, department heads communicate to their staff about how it will be handled after a study is done and we have the results. You might have some places where you might end up with a pay freeze and just through attrition get caught up, and others you might see that your employees are underpaid in certain areas, and communicating that although we can't just as a county give wholesale raises across the board, you'll work on a plan for the next year or 2 years. But however you communicate that and frame that to your employee base is going to be the most important thing. But it's a lot more than, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's a lot more than just wages.
Well, and I'm hoping through this process that we can do job descriptions that are actually fitting the job. And maybe we're going to find we have an employee doing more than what really they should be doing. It'll look at overtime. You know, maybe they need to share that. I think some employees are probably gonna be happy. I think there's probably some employees that are gonna be a little upset because they have a job duty that they are not performing that job duty. So, and it's working with our elected officials, our department heads to hold them accountable. I mean,
Your
that
department
with
heads,
you.
your department heads have as much responsibility in correctly communicating it to staff as the elected officials do. As department heads, we've all dealt with this.
Well, and how
The
do we
entire
control,
family thing.
how do we control that though?
How the electeds
How do
portray
the
it,
three of us control?
how Jody
how
implements
how
something.
this happens? Like, that's my concern.
I think that's honestly a fair question. I mean, as electeds, you know, we come to the board for our budget, and of course, we're a little bit different because we're contractually obligated by collective bargaining agreements, right? That come out of salaries with that. And of course, that's all dictated by what we have as far as comparables and things like that. Or even some of us tied by resolution, right? So it's, the sheriff's office is a little bit different. Of course, you're talking in the public safety sector, and that's carries another difference like Public Works does. You know, we have different specialties that we have to have, and we're legislatively mandated by the state to have a specific amount of training, a specific amount of things to maintain certifications. So I think the big thing, and Tom just kind of hit on, I think the big thing the board needs to look at too is when you get this information, what are you willing to do with it? And I think that's got to be a conversation about what your intent is behind it. It could be a great thing, just like we kind of all said, it could be great for some and bad for others, but I think that once you have the information, you know, a $200,000 investment into that program, hopefully there's a plan, if not now, really developed of what you're going to do now that you have the information. Because I think that's what you're going to get the push from your department heads. I think some electeds, but just having the plan of when the information is there, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, and I agree, and I think regardless, a lot of communication between department heads and the elected officials, because at the end of the day, we should have the same desired outcomes. You know, good governance and taking care of our employees. So, and as the that plate leader, so to speak, we should be working to get on the same thing.
Kind of. I mean, if it comes back, you have $3 million in increases. Obviously, the employee receiving an increase has a different opinion of what $3 million on the budget does than we would have in that sitting. So you can communicate clearly all day right to this group. It's hard to communicate to 600 people. I think overall, I do support it. I have a lot of worries, a lot of concerns. But I guess everyone in this room, hopefully you guys help implement it the best way that we can.
It hasn't been done since 2009.
No, it needs to be done. And Cindy's gonna make the motion, so it's gonna go through.
Well, I know, I think it's easier, cheaper to hire somebody in HR to kind of do it, but I just feel like this is the beginning of really working with our elected officials, department heads. You know, we're gonna implement time clocks or, you know, punching in the hours. I just think it's an opportunity to do some cleanup that needs to be cleaned up within the county and really reward not reward, but recognize the employees that we're underpaying. You know, enhance those employees that maybe, you know, could.
Well, when it comes to budget time, everybody can tighten their belt.
You know, Grant County's always, everybody has stepped up to do that and worked as a team, so.
And it's gonna be tied to the new Lexapol policy update. If we pass that, that's also on consent.
The job descriptions, getting that,
Yeah,
at least in Public Works area, could really help out that alone. And it's really hard for HR to be doing what they do every day and going through and doing a full evaluation like that. Yeah.
A long time for some.
So
Yes, it's cumbersome.
the job descriptions and the readjustment of job duties and job descriptions would really help out Public Works. There's a lot of positions that overlap and that was done for reasons in the past, but it's a legacy that we're dealing with now. And if we had an outside third party make those not decisions, if you will, ultimately decisions. But if we come forward with what's research, this is what others are doing. we'll have something to compare and make adjustments. That alone, and putting the pay aside, the job description adjustments could really help, at least in our area.
Dave, then item 19, you were going to hold or remove?
Please hold. So we need Rebecca to look at it.
How long? 2 weeks?
It depends, because
2 weeks.
for Rebecca,
Yeah.
we want to give her time.
Okay. We only have about 3 minutes left for consent agenda. Are there any other items to be discussed?
Yeah, number 21, the sheriff, you mentioned possibly half of that training could come out of your office and half of it the county training. Are you still okay with that?
Yeah, we, if I remember, I think we've already kind of budgeted for some of that in within our budget. So yeah, most definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's important to us. So we're definitely willing to do that for sure.
You ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll actually go get this right. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 23, pulling 6, 7, and 8. Holding number 19, Public Works, consultant agreement for 2 weeks. And approving 21, which would be the gala for the sheriff's office, with half of it coming, the $15,175, half of it coming out of the sheriff's office budget and the other half coming out of the training budget.
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any discussion? You have that split in the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. For the motion made by Commissioner Carter, we have 2 walk-on items.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the the first walk-on, which will be a MOU between the city of Ephrata and Grant County for the public works engineer. And the second walk-on would be the resolution replacing the current county engineer, recognizing the MOU. Apron as a.
Yes, so we would appoint an interim county engineer as of April 1st.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes for the walk-on items as described by Commissioner Carter.
You better hurry and sign. I have 1 minute.
Now we have 1 minute to sign.
Thanks, Dave.
No, I don't know that.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, you got it.
Do you have the 2 walls?
Well, my.
How are you? And that way we don't have to just.
I know.
Okay.
That's the resolution.
I'm
And they can start talking, you can listen. Are you allowed to do that? I can date them.
So they'll have time to do it.
I won't.
All I'm gonna do is come in and do.
This is the 2 MOUs, these 2 copies, Rob, you're the only one that signed.
Just certification. Answering questions.
John would be very happy.
Oh,
Yeah,
for about this long.
Who's gonna go tell John?
Safety bet.
Especially with West Shore. There's people who they do not sidewalks.
I'm like, that's so weird.
You know there wasn't a lot of sidewalks. It's so nice. They're gonna have 4 miles of sidewalks.
Yep, me too. Thank you.
Bye. See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
See you later.
You guys see Jerome?
See you.
Thank you, Jerome.
You're welcome. Hey, the Washington Grown. It's a pretty good program. It was on PBS for a while in Spokane, and it went on its own. I've been watching it for years. It's always a real positive, upbeat kind of a thing. It would be the, I think, to listen to them anyhow.
Yeah, we should do it.
The last,
We'll all do it so that we can, like, oh, that one commissioner, but they're like,
the last episode featured data grower out east of town.
What was that?
Baker, Sean Baker. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Sean Baker.
They were
That's the one that ran for Baker.
James.
James, was it James?
Yeah, James.
Could have been
another
James.
gal.
He was highlighted in it.
He looked good too.
Yeah, he did.
Dirty pants, but his shirt was clean, his hair was good. I haven't seen him since we were in Idaho.
Have you got a haircut since then?
Yeah.
Yes. Going for running the show today.
He's definitely the best option. Yeah.
Reimbursement request. It's very Grant County. All the rest of them could have been anywhere.
How are you today?
So my question.
I'm busy.
We gotta do to finish that project.
Which one?
Find something to do it.
Which project?
Request to surplus.
Yeah, $1 million. Well, we're trying to figure out who actually owns it. Because the school children pay for it. And they passed away.
Sorry, the fair
Grant County doesn't own
contract.
it. They're on our property, but you have to go through the state washout property to get to them. And I'm still trying to figure out.
This is that compensation study.
We should be insuring them.
Compensation study.
I always wondered why it wasn't finished.
Get your head out of my
Is
pocket.
it supposed to have a basket?
Yeah, they're supposed to have a basket, maybe more horses because they ran out of money. School kids only donate so much change.
But it's a great.
Several
I'm
million,
gonna sign it.
Uh-huh.
Flexible.
Yes.
Support this.
Can we get a grant? Like, I know that they get
Well,
art
the
grants all the
other passed
time.
away, so I think his son, his daughter, what's going on?
It's another out of state. The
They're
son,
bringing up, the son is running it.
yes, and I'm pretty sure he has one of the ponies. It's a resolution for the joint permitting. Cause then, didn't that pony like travel around Washington State or something like that? Authorization to call for
I've been to the
bids?
pony. That hill is steeper than it looks.
Yes,
I've gone there too.
Did you hold it when you were supposed to hold for that?
yes, I have not handed you guys
Just
those.
agree and sign it, and then we're not going to bring it.
This is for Bill Coast to sign the MOU. This is for Gallup,
No, you're fine, I just,
out-of-state travel. Purchase order.
Should've brought the stamp.
I know.
I'm not really good at stamping, like getting the name on the line. Barb is so good at it. The stamp, there's a trick to it. Like when you look through the little window, if you think it's gonna be on the line, it's gonna be too
Probably
high.
have to put a little mark on the side of it.
There, Barb's got it down. She's right on the line. It looks so good. And for me, I've got to
She
like,
should be
Have you
good
looked on
at
the
it.
side of the line? She's
Been here
years.
since.
I don't think
was
she
born.
puts a line there. She just
She
goes.
knows.
She just does
She
it.
just knows.
She senses it.
That's what you get. I've been doing this for a
That's
long
awesome.
time.
You got it dialed in.
That's what you get when you hit the 20-year mark is the skill to
Yeah,
just,
you can
there you
pop it
go.
right where it needs to go.
You guys need a 5-minute break, 3-minute break, 2-minute break?
You're gonna go for some cookie dough.
So was there 2 copies of the MOU?
Yes.
One,
Do you want one right now?
I can take the other one back to the city.
Yes, you did.
And it needed a date too, I noticed.
No. Would you like to put the date on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't date most of those.
No, I'll date
Yeah,
them.
we're in a hurry.
But this one you could do.
Take back to the city.
There you go.
Awesome.
Thank you.
This concludes our weekly consent agenda at 3:05 p.m. We will now go into our human resource update. And then we have
Do you need to take a break?
they said they're good. We have a hearing after this.
No,
No?
not today, next week.
Oh, was it reading it wrong?
Let me, hold on, let me look at this, 'cause now you're freaking me out.
No, you're right. It's next week. I was prepping a week early. Look at me.
Head of the game.
We have no attendees today. They got worn out on us.
Maybe we do need to move that HR meeting to the end of the day.
I don't know, this is what you get. We're like,
On the bright side, big investments in Grant County employees. policy, Cindy study, thank you for pushing that through. Look how quick you got it through. What were you, 2 weeks?
Didn't take 18 months, I'll tell you that.
I think she has a performance evaluation coming up. You guys should take notes.
I don't need notes, they're all
We
right.
have, and hopefully you've been hearing from your peers, what a great job you're doing.
A couple of them I do, yes. Yes, very kind. Okay, first item, labor relations. I have the corrections MOU. We've been waiting for the union to sign it. They have done so, so it is now ready for your signature.
Sorry, that text message was.
Well, I thought the MOU, you're like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, all right, well.
No, I just thought it was, it's top 10, one of the dumbest things I've ever read. But it's okay.
Well, you can share it.
No, I can't. I can't. I'm not going
Not in the HR meeting anyways, huh?
Not ever.
Not ever.
And then when you're done with that next item, I'd like an executive session,
We
please.
are done with the time for walking.
How long do you need?
Let's do 10 minutes.
All right, we'll go in for discipline or for evaluation?
Discipline.
Okay.
Thanks.
We'll go into executive session beginning at 3:08 PM, coming out at 3:18 PM, 10 minutes for personnel disciplinary matters, RCW 42.30.1101F. That's 5 minutes.
Let's do 5.
Caitlin, we are going to extend executive session 5 more minutes to 3:23 PM. We are out of executive session. It is 3:23 PM. No decisions were made.
Okay. Item 4, position management, public works. I have Andy Booth Parr for his position, permanent position as.
Did you figure out his hours? Did he talk to any of you guys about his hour change?
From 5 to 2.
Yeah, well, just like an email came saying this is what I'm doing.
He asked if what he needed to do, and I said to talk to the board about why he needed to change, that typically as long as there is coverage within the office, it shouldn't be a concern, but that to talk
I think
to
we
the-
just received an email. I don't remember.
And I think that was all I had received as well.
I just didn't know if someone else had talked to him. I didn't talk to him. I didn't necessarily like the way that it happened, just because don't even know why.
Yeah,
It'd be nice to just know why.
who is working with that department this round?
Probably me.
Yeah, probably me.
But I will say that Andy, I had a
Not me.
comment
Not
later in
you?
the evening. It was late. Like at 8:40 at night, just like on a call, like I'll just forward it, right? Just send an email and kind of get it off my plate. And he quickly responded, CC'd others. So I know he's working and it's not the first time that
Yes,
he's
and I
responded.
have experienced that as well,
So,
working at
even though
7,
it's
8
not
at
in the
night,
office,
email
he's
him
still-
and he emails me right back and so. So I would encourage whoever is working with Public Works to have that conversation of, check in with him on that topic.
I put 24 on here. I don't know why I put 24.
And it was 5 days a week, correct?
You what?
And it's 5 days?
Yeah, I think he's working.
Because he
5
was
days.
working
Yeah,
four
he said
tens.
5.
So I don't think, thank you, I don't see the negative in it, having somebody there, having the director
Friday.
there 5 days a week.
But he seems very responsive.
Yeah. Okay, number 5, Veteran Services. Came to PMRT yesterday. Is the board prepared to make a decision on the office assistant?
So currently we have the VSO. Is that what we call her? No, him. Her. I
He is a VSO.
He is the
Okay,
VSO.
He is a
She is a
vet
core
core
navigator.
Correct.
And she is there until July.
Yes.
August.
Yes, she is there until July.
Is she there till August? September to August?
Correct.
Oh,
That's what he said yesterday.
you're right.
I
He
would
did say
like
that
to wait a little
August.
bit
I'm
and just
sorry, yes.
see if they apply for a grant, if they get the core navigator back.
And I don't know much about the core navigator position, but is that a full-time
No.
in-office position, which I think is what his concern is that he gets notices that he's missing phone calls but then when he's with someone, he doesn't,
Okay, I thought it was a 40-hour week, but
No,
yeah,
it's
I don't think so.
I think it's a 24.
okay.
Yeah, and I think
20,
it's
24.
I think
Monday.
He's missing appointments because he's the one there.
Right.
People walk in, if he's in a meeting, he can't talk to them.
Right.
Can't
And
talk to people, he's on the.
He did make a good point yesterday that being on Ivy, he does have a lot of foot traffic with Hope Source right next door. Where before out at the fairgrounds, he was a little bit more
Way out of the way.
recluse, yeah. Mandy indicated this morning that he has 88,000 in his budget that hasn't been allocated to anything. So he does have funds that could pay fully for this position.
Yeah, I support the position. The space is the only thing I have any concern over. I haven't locked that all up yet. Gwen is back now, so I'm just kind of waiting, and I emailed Desiree because there's some moving around that has to happen to make it all work.
Oh. Okay.
So
So
wait,
under the
I'm okay.
area on the form where it says workspace available, that may not necessarily be the
That's
case.
it.
That's not true.
Okay.
They might have some, I don't know. I mean, if he does have, short-term space, then I just don't know.
So Rob, was that a
Yeah,
yes?
I'm yes with it. They've brought in, he has brought in $4 million.
Well, I think if he's missing, appointments because he's not able to help other veterans, I think it's not good on our part. I think when somebody comes there, they want help. They don't want to come back the following week or
Yeah.
2 weeks later or whatever. They're not gonna come back.
Yeah.
I would agree. I think it's good. If for some reason that falls off, then we can maybe look at it again, but I think he needs the help.
Cindy,
Yeah, I am concerned about the space.
at the space.
The office is pretty small.
So I think we need to get the space, I'd like to get the space issue fixed first, figured out, because I know we did a transition and Tony just kind of up and left our office one week and moved to the fairgrounds. Sometimes they'll move without,
Could we approve it and have it?
Contingent on?
Yeah, we have the space.
Yeah.
Good enough.
because he sent me a letter stating I have 3 to 5 walk-ins a day, and then in here he says he has 5 to 9. And he gets about 30 calls a day, and here he's 30 to 40. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not.
Well, and another, it could be also a project position, or a temp position for a year, see how.
Temporary.
See how it works.
Yeah, see if he doubles his income.
Because
Well, and if maybe the core navigator is part-time, maybe start with a part-time position instead of a full-time right off the bat.
Yeah, I don't know enough of what she does, if she's in the office enough to help manage that office.
But I think she also goes out and tries to
Outreach.
outreach and promote it. so I think she's not in the office because of that. She's out in the field.
Yeah.
Trying to get more veterans in.
Which is what they should be doing. So it's great. It's great. Okay, so approved contingent on space for this.
Yeah, I think we're pretty close to having that figured out.
One way or the other.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I forgot.
I do have a tour with District Court and SWAT Hill on Thursday. So I'll have more information for next week.
Okay, number 2, still topic 5, category 2, sheriff command staff wage. Heard it yesterday, and Pamela, are you prepared to make a decision?
Did we have the papers? Did you give us those?
Oh,
No, I forgot to print them, so Tina brought them.
I was gonna say, there wasn't much shock and awe and there was no paper to look at.
So bear with me
Okay.
as I.
Can we jump to another one?
Yeah, we'll jump to.
I'm struggling when they're in the negotiations that it impacts their salary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And everybody got, is it a 2.6? Is that what we got this year? Or is it 2.8? 2.6?
That's 2.6 is what he said.
3.
2.63.
Something like that, 2.63. I've got it written on my computer because I can't ever remember what it was.
Okay, so this is standard. This is what this is what they got last year. So if we use the same logic,
Man, I like.
Why would we use the same logic? Okay.
this
Standard same logic.
would be what it would look like.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll notice there's an increase. Pull it up. Okay, so people, in 2024, they would get a 1.8 increase. It's $1.32. Again, this is factoring in their COLA. So what they did get in 2024. For 2025, if we followed standard, it would be a 5.1, an actual 5.16 increase, which would be $3.71 on top of the COLA that they got. So total 2-year increase would be 42,000, close to 43, well, 42.5.
Total increase?
Total 2-year increase would be 42.5. So that's what would be added to their wages.
That'd be for all 4 positions.
Yes. The total 2-year cost.
5 positions.
Is that the cost or the employee?
Oh, this is
increase?
just the,
Yeah, I wasn't counting the sheriff.
we're under sheriff and for,
But that's not counting the sheriff.
I'm sorry. It's 5 people, 4 positions, because they have 2 chief deputies that are the same job title.
yes.
So on here, there's 4 job titles, 5 people. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'd have to add another $7,000 increase there. I should have multiplied it by 2. So that's the standard. Then we have a 6% increase. What a 6% increase would look like.
I think we're making these large.
And I'm gonna add, I gotta multiply one of these by 2, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna take this number.
Is anybody else making $20 over the last 4 years?
An increase?
Yeah.
No, sir. Well, not in this room.
You've probably made $20, have you?
An increase?
No, I don't think it's that much.
So,
Bonds.
A month, yeah. Okay, so if you guys can jot this number down on the first sheet I gave you. The current total 2-year cost is $1,279,969.60.
that's full, all of them though.
That's all 5. The total 2-year cost is $1,330,160. Total 2-year increase is $50,190.40. That's encompassing all 5 people. So next we have 6%. There would be no increase due for 2024 because they received COLA. In 2025, they would get an increase of $1.09, which would maintain that 6% spread. So on the bottom there, if you guys will entertain me. Current total 2-year cost is $1,279,969.60. That's the current. Total 2-year cost of the increase is going to be $1,291,000 and I'm sorry, I said that really wrong.
That's okay. It's a lot of numbers.
$1,291,430.40.
And that is a 2-year cost.
Total 2-year cost.
For everyone but the sheriff?
For everyone but the sheriff.
5 positions.
For 5 positions.
They only have 1 lieutenant?
Yes. Patrol has only 1 lieutenant. The total 2-year cost is $11,460.80 for all 5 people. Yes.
And they're pushing for the first paper?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Will you pass it out? I'll pass
Sure.
it out if you want to do the numbers.
Third scenario is,
3 scenarios?
we have 4 scenarios.
4 scenarios.
Is the
I'm gonna give you guys
2.6,
options.
is that a scenario?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the
2%.
next one. It's the
It
last-
is.
It's
It's
the
the
last paper.
It's the last one.
I like this one that says no increase.
Yeah? Okay, so
I'm sick today.
regard me. Under current total 2-year, $1,279,969.60. That's the current, so that number doesn't change. The total increase is going to be $1,252,160. And then there is no increase for a 4%.
Okay, so the first year is 6% and then 4%. Is that what it is? Because it's 1.2 million, then it's 1.279, then it's 1.252 for the second year.
Total 2-year cost. I think that was just there is no increase.
Okay.
So that's just their total cost of what they make currently.
This is the normal. What did we get, -2?
This last one that Decor's handing out is 2%, a 2% spread.
Oh, not the standard? Oh, this is the spread,
This is the spread,
not the COLA.
correct? Because those are different.
Yeah.
But when you give a COLA, it increases the spread. So if you're doing 2% spread, there is no increase to give because the COLA took care of that spread. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the theory on all four of these on all four of these options.
These numbers look better.
So the last one you guys have is a 2% spread. And there is no increase due for either years if you guys moved to a 2% spread.
So at what position can you not do the overtime and the gorge duties?
The
In
sheriff
their
cannot.
contract.
The sheriff's the only
The
one
sheriff
that
is the
cannot.
only one?
The undersheriff is currently doing gorge overtime. All of the chief deputies have their turn if they want it. Except for Phil, I don't think he does that.
Which has been a rub, because there are some individuals who would like to have the opportunity to do the gorge, but they're not allowed to. But I think they need a supervisor on.
So my understanding of the contract is that there's a certain number of deputies that volunteer. And then they have, I think it's 2 command staff or supervisor positions that are available. And they all kind of rotate, is my understanding. And then we get into the issue when nobody volunteers throughout the year of forcing mandatory overtime, which has been a discussion in the past, but for the most part, people volunteer for that. So.
Very lucrative addition to your pay scale.
Well, the summer stuff is a very lucrative addition, and then the overtime is lucrative. And that's kind of what they're saying is, the chief staff do not get overtime,
The chief deputies are not eligible for overtime.
but
They
they
are
can do
exempt.
gorge duty.
And they
Yes.
get overtime at the gorge.
Get overtime on that contract.
So the only person that cannot get overtime at the gorge or reimbursement, I think for the BUD or whatever contract we have, is the sheriff.
Let me phrase it a different way. So deputy sheriffs are non-exempt. They fall under the 7K rule, which moves their overtime hours to 86 hours in the pay period because they work 3/12s. So any hours that they're working over 86 hours is categorized as overtime. So when you volunteer as a deputy to do the gorge, you're automatically paid at the overtime rate. And that's what we get reimbursed from Live Nation. Yeah. So chief deputies, they are FLSA exempt, which means that their salary threat, they're not eligible for overtime at all.
They don't get overtime.
So their pay is going to be straight pay when they work
But they
at the
get it
gorge.
at the gorge, when they work the gorge.
They get straight pay hours for working the gorge.
Yeah.
So
I thought they got overtime at the gorge, because they're calculated as overtime.
Well, they have a flat rate calculated based on their,
wage.
what their wage plus some would be,
Yeah, it's more than what the hourly rate
but
is.
that's,
I don't know.
yeah.
I haven't
So,
looked at the.
do you see kind of like what the highest, do you guys know what the highest overtime at the gorge is? Like what kind
We
of
had a
dollar
printout
figure? I
one.
thought it was in the 30s to 60s.
So we ran, when I got here in 2022, beginning of 2023, this conversation came up. And the sheriff had asked us to put together a calculation that included overtime and any incentives that you would get as a union member coming up, because you lose those rights or those privileges. And in theory, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I'd have to work with payroll to get those numbers. I guess I could go into overtime. But in theory, all of patrol at some point will make more than command staff because of that overtime. The theory also goes that the undersheriff will make more than the sheriff because of that overtime. Because of that gorge work. Don't want to call it overtime.
And that's been a situation since 2007.
Yeah, and then the Seattle's Finest stuff where some of the chief staff were making 80,000 additional.
And so Joey made it clear, basically set that boundary of you won't work overtime outside of the county. So let's say Moses Lake had an amphitheater and they wanted to work privately, they could do that because it's within the county, but no outside county work, which.
Did he say that? Can you? I just didn't know if you could dictate where somebody worked on their off hours.
I don't know.
Legally.
He did.
He's the sheriff.
No,
What he would like.
Absolutely.
Saying that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we're gonna say that.
and the sheriff's office, through civil service rules, I believe, also has a provision that says that if you have a secondary job, it has to be approved by the sheriff. So I think that's how he gets around it, is
Because
because.
you can't tell somebody in their private time what they can.
Absolutely. We had somebody who wanted to work as a record specialist at night and said, I'm gonna keep my day job. That had to go through the sheriff for approval. He declined because how would that person sleep? So he moved to the next applicant, but I think that's how he gets away with that. So, lots of math, lots of
What
scenarios.
is the HR recommendation?
Do we have any callers, Caitlin?
No, but we are recorded. We'd like to evaluate this. We can just take a brief executive session.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, brief executive
how
session.
long do we have? Do we have till 4?
We do have until 4. I do have a couple other topics, but yes.
So should we just say something awkward, like 8 minutes or something?
Or 5? We'll probably do 5.
Yeah, we can do 5 minutes. We'll go into executive session for 5 minutes, beginning at 3:48, returning at 3:53 p.m. For job applicant evaluations, RCW 42.30.1101G. We are out of executive session. It is 3:53 p.m.
Yeah, we can hold them until next week if you'd like.
No decision was made.
No decisions made. Okay.
You have as much time as you need to finish.
Okay. Commissioner's office, mail service clerk. I did review the job description, and the job description does, even though it's currently a 32-hour part-time position, the job description does allow for support to other departments performing general office assistance as requested to assist other departments to cover absences or to assist in special circumstances. So the position, it wouldn't be difficult to take the 3/4 time position and make it a full-time position with clear assigned duties to other departments. I wonder, when this position went from a full-time to part-time, we had 3 clerks, had the clerk of the board and 2 deputy clerks. I wonder, and then the mailroom person was also helping out with extras within the office. So I'm wondering if making it a full-time position, if the commissioner's office can use that extra backup within your office. You chose not to backfill the second deputy clerk. So are there duties that could help fill this time? If not, we know that there are other areas within the county. TS has duties that can take up 8-9 hours a week. It hasn't gone through PMRT. I don't know that it needs to, since it's really you and you know what's in your budget and what is
Well,
available
Tom has some
to.
training, so that's the beauty of it. Tom has some funding in his training budget.
Yes.
But I just think we need to make a decision because, you know, he's come in over a month ago and
Yeah,
said,
no,
I either need to
I agree.
go full-time or I need to start looking, and we've kind of been, well, we're still talking about, it. We're trying to figure it out. So we need to make a decision, yes or no, like, I just feel like that's it.
I think TS can use them, we should let TS use them.
So I'm in favor of moving the position to full-time.
And I want to stress, and I've stressed this before, that we don't create positions for people. We create positions because there's work that needs to be done. So this person came and said, I would like to have full-time work, but in talking to, I mean, I know when we go to Laserfish and we're going to need extra hands to help us get things scanned in and recorded. So we have that data. I could use that
And
extra.
Tom is looking for, he's
staff.
had it in his budget to,
Yeah.
a part of this be a.
For
Kind
intern,
of fill in
yeah.
his, what he's looking for too.
Yeah, it seems like a good kid, I think, we could use them in other places.
So
So I'm a yes.
yes, Rob.
I support the direction of staff. That was my approach when this position came and they supported full-time,
Full-time.
and then we went part-time. Because I think we consider the people more than the position
So I think that's a yes.
too often.
So I hear 3 yeses. To stick with process, do we need to run it back through
Yes,
PMR?
just like anyone else would have to.
Okay, I will bring it back next week and ensure
did it
that
backwards.
we're doing it backwards, but we're doing it.
We're okay with it moving on to PMRT,
Perfect, thank you.
but you better come with a good argument.
Who?
Tina.
That's probably us. if we
I
need
heard
to argue
Cindy.
it.
Cindy had to, just checking.
Okay, FSLA number 6. So a few weeks ago, upon my return from surgery, we brought forward district court's request to reclassify a position. It was reclassified to a band 14. And this is, sorry, I can't remember the name of the position, Gina.
Community court.
Support specialist.
Coordinator. She fell in that FSLA threshold. At that time, our instruction and advice through legal counsel was that we did not need to pay retrospectively, but to go prospectively. MRSC, we did reach out to MRSC to get their take on the law, and they came back with that we should do that retroactive to the first of the year because the law started the first of the year. So to be safe, we went that extra step, and so I did bring a PAR prepared for you if you are okay doing that retro. Felicity is aware of it and is okay with that retro as well for this position.
Thank you for supporting, trying not to go retro.
Yes.
Well, if MRSC, that's what she do.
We don't want to get in trouble with the state either, so. And we appreciate your understanding on that.
Yes, that was something that I was tasked with, and Decor and I have talked about expectations moving forward. So we will ensure that it is done differently for next year.
You were being conservative. We appreciate it.
Sure. But we will attempt to have those conversations earlier in the year.
Yes.
And if anything, I've really learned a lot, and I appreciate Decora guiding me through that and not picking me for making an error.
And it wasn't an error. It was, you were advised and you put that advice forward.
Sure.
Okay, but, yes. And there's always room for improvement, so. All of us. Recruitment, and thank you for signing that. So recruitment, as I suspected, the AP's office, as you know, we've posted for 2 remote working PAs. I knew it would become an issue. And I did have a conversation with Dell yesterday, and he was like, just 6 months ago, I had to bring everybody back because no more remote, and now there's a remote. So just want to let you know that that is out there.
Is
And
he able to get employees to?
Seeing a shortage of local employees.
Prosecutor's office, it's just.
and his concern was more increasing building size and the cost for that to have space for staff when some staff could work remotely and be just as effective. That would of course help the building expenses. So just wanted to bring that forward.
He hasn't brought that up to us, or I'm sure he will. So
yeah. And then the last item I have, I know I'm over a couple minutes, but the last item I have is Tyler, time and attendance. This topic, payroll and HR are asking for your support and inconsistency. So Tyler gives us the opportunity to have exempt and non-exempt do things differently. And payroll, Felicity, and from our perspective is that we do consistently, at least for the first year. So whether you're exempt or non-exempt, everybody clocks in and clocks out. Go to lunch, you clock in, you clock out. That way we have a full year. Supervisors, anyone who is exempt is learning the system along with their staff. And in the future, if there are bumps in the road, they have that hands-on experience.
I think it's a great idea.
And then we also have a record of it.
Right, and then we have a record. There are lawsuits out there waiting their turn because exempt staff didn't, there wasn't a clear guidance of or clear reporting of their hours, where time and attendance will help shore that up. Also, if we have, I use Nova Time, I put in my time, and I do it because I was non-exempt for so long that that's just what you do, and I was in the habit, and it always surprises me when Gina points out how many overtime hours I work, because I don't realize that I spend that much overtime hours beyond that 40. So it will help you hold people accountable, and it will help verify people who go home at night to say, man, I seem like I worked a long week this week. Well, you really actually did, because we can run the report to show that you did. And there is a work-life balance. So when you're feeling, overworked, we can pull that report. I just think it would be consistent, but I also know that there are department heads and electeds who don't want time clocks. They don't want to participate in this, and they certainly don't want as exempt to have to do it. So we're asking that
Well, you know what?
the
We're
board.
doing the salary survey, and we're spending way too much money on it, and I have just.
Well,
I'm hanging myself out there, so I think we all need to work towards a change, and I would really like to revisit the policy of exempt employees working basically a half day, and then I think we just need to remove that. We need to clean it up, because that it was to be a help in case, you're working
Flexible.
60 hours or 40 hours and a half day, and then, but we have people that are taking that.
It is taken very literally. Well, I only have to work 4 hours.
Literally by new employees.
well, that policy is giving the definition. The FLSA tells us that we can't reduce an exempt employee's salary if they've worked at least 4 hours. Like, that's literally in the law.
Right.
And so my assumption is that it was put in there to define it,
If they,
but people are taking it literally and saying, I don't have to work
but the
more than 4
expectation
hours.
is that it's a full-time position, because if it was a part-time position, we would be paying you as a part-time position.
That piece of the policy does not reference work schedule, it doesn't reference workload. It just references how pay is deducted, which is different than workload.
We need to somehow clean it up, because that is probably the number one referenced
Yes.
policy piece. And it,
Usually if it's referenced, it's like, well, you're not a good employee.
And the other
no,
thing,
usually it's like,
the other thing for the board to consider with clocking in and out for everybody, regardless of your position or your FLSA status, is at the sheriff's office in 2021, 2022. We had that big debacle with time and, Seattle's finest and exempt staff leaving on a Thursday to go work, but being paid that time. And so by having people clock in and out or recording their time, you have a log of true hours worked. Back to Decora's point about we can show at any time, no, I wasn't doing that. I actually clocked in that day and here's my worked hours. The sheriff's office went away from that because they didn't want to use Nova time, but that was the theory, is for them to continue to clock in and out, utilizing Nova time to be able to show those hours for their command staff. So we have a really relevant, not too long ago situation that would
no, and it
behoove
was an
us.
opportunity for us to clean up and stick it a bit, but we're getting there.
So we're scheduling a meeting for April to have all department heads and electeds.
We've rolled this out about the timekeeping, so if people are acting surprised, they were aware of it.
Yes.
Well, and that's what that April meeting is for, is to demo, to look at the software, look at what it would do, and to be able, for the board to communicate with everybody, this was our directive, this is the direction we want to go, there shouldn't be any surprises because we talked about it, and for the opportunity to ask questions. Because
Yeah,
we're
like
sure
it.
they're out there.
If they don't implement it, we just need to tighten them up.
And then
Don't give them what they want.
We have enough time clocks to go around,
we will support you in that.
and we have fully purchased the app, so you can log in and out on the go.
Geofencing, I mean, there's all kinds of things that you could do with the software.
So we can track everybody.
You can't track them. I
Not
mean, you can,
quite.
they can run.
Not quite, not quite.
Sounds
But
like
you can say, for example, and I didn't even know this was a thing, but you can say like the perimeter of the courthouse campus within so many square feet of it that somebody can't log in or clock in remotely if they're not within that fence. So if I'm in Moses Lake, I can't clock in and say, hey, I'm here at my desk. Well, that doesn't work because I'm not within that boundary line. So
That's sweet. I like that.
so it's something that we can do. I would prefer not to put those boundaries on unless they're needed.
Guess we'll have to find out.
You could do
Yeah.
it on the probation periods of employees too.
New employees.
Strip them down.
We could do test subjects, which would be department heads and electeds, just to see how well it works. There's lots of options, and I'm excited to see what it's always going to do for us, but I really want consistency, and I think for payroll's sake, having that consistency over a year, so we can work through any bugs.
Sounds like there's some anger in the future.
Yeah, I feel
I
that,
feel like we might have a little when we make a decision here.
yeah. So appreciate your support in that. Okay.
Good.
I
Good news,
wanna-
Dan is working on our county director, but county administrator.
Yes, he is. Anything for me, Regina, we haven't covered?
No. Good job of you.
How's Tyler Tech going? Good, great. Good, good.
Going out.
You answered my question.
Just took the wind out of yourself.
It's a lot. a lot, but yeah. There's a lot of overdue stuff.
Okay, well, thank you for ending on a positive note. It is
But we're all working hard.
4:11 PM and our day is ending. I'm making sure, seeing if we're anywhere together tomorrow.
Tomorrow evening.
Yeah, tomorrow evening we'll be at 4:30 to 6:30 at the EDC Community Connect Happy Hour. Thursday does not look like we're anywhere together. Thank you. Have a good day.
Friday, sorry, you'll be together Friday for the PA Davidson.
Thank you. Friday, 1 PM, bond meeting.